Are we good to go, Rob? Thank you, sir. Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councillor Mackey,
Present.
Councillor Gamble,
Present.
Councillor Burley,
Present.
Councillor Carlton,
Present.
Councillor McQueen,
Present.
Councillor Desai, since it's
Present. Oh.
today. Councillor Patterson,
Present.
Warden Hicks,
Here.
Councillor Clumpus, Councillor Keaveney,
Present.
Councillor Body Senses regrets, Councillor Thomas,
Present.
Councillor O'Leary,
Present.
Councillor Woodbury,
Present.
Councillor Milne,
Present.
Councillor Soever,
Present.
Councillor Bourdignon,
Present.
Councillor Robinson,
Present.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Present.
We have all present with the exception of Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, go to item number 4, the land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge with respect the history, spirituality, and culture of the Anishinaabe, the 6 nations of the Grand River, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat, Wyandot peoples on whose traditional territories we gather and whose ancestors signed treaties with our ancestors. We recognize also the Métis and Inuit whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. May we all, as treaty people, live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all of its diverse peoples. Okay, we've got a message from Councillor Keaveney that she's unable to hear.
Warden Hicks, it is all good now.
Oh, okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, Council, we're now dealing with item number 5. Is there any declaration of interest, pecuniary or otherwise? Seeing none, we'll proceed. And I would just say that if one does come up during the course of the meeting, I would ask you to declare it at that time. Item number 6A is County Council and Committee of the Whole minutes dated June 9th, 2022. I'm looking for mover and seconder to put it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Milne, seconded by Councillor Woodbury. Is there any discussion? Councillor Soever?
Mr. Warden, I'd like to pull the item on the delegation bylaw for the lame duck period, which was considered under the consent agenda of the Committee of the Whole, for further discussion.
Is it with respect to the minutes? Thank you, Rob. I didn't have my microphone on. So Councillor Soever, is it with respect to the minutes or is it something that we can deal with in the course of dealing with the bylaws?
I suppose we could deal with it.
Well,
Yeah, I suppose we could deal it with, because it is with respect to the wording of the bylaw. But we did direct in the wording of the bylaw was in the recommendation. So maybe, if we reconsider the recommendation rather than the bylaw, I don't know, I'll leave it up to the clerk.
my thought is that there could be, depending on how big it is, it could be a simple amendment to the bylaw that's being proposed. Madam Clerk?
I guess I'll just say I think it would depend on the proposal. So if it's a change to that resolution that was passed which was to receive the report and then direct staff to prepare a bylaw. If it was a change to that, we could address that in the minutes. If it was a change to the content of the bylaw, then we would do it in the bylaw section, would be my thought.
Yes, thank you for that. Well, I'm just concerned, so it is a fairly substantial rewording. I'm worried that the wording in the bylaw is not in keeping with the best practices of governance and accountability. And I have done a bit of research and looked at the Hanover bylaw, which I'm sure you're familiar with, Mr. Warden, and it does have better language in terms of governance and accountability. So that's what I was wanting to bring forth.
Okay, so with your leave, Madam Clerk, it does sound like something we should discuss as part of the minutes. And then there may be a further recommendation for a change to the bylaw. So do we proceed with the discussion of the minutes now?
We can we'll lift this portion of the resolution from the minutes.
Vote on it separately?
As long as it's clean, and then they can. So
What I'm hearing is that the recommendation is, as you suggested, Councillor, so ever that we lift item B, was it? For further discussion, and that the motion simply deal now with approving the balance of the minutes. Does everybody understand that? Is there any questions about that? And is there any other discussion with respect to the minutes except for that item B, which we are, oh, I guess we have to have a motion to lift first, don't we? So I need a mover, Councillor Soever, seconded by. This is to lift item B. Councillor Soever moves. And seconded by Councillor Hutchison. Okay, so any discussion on that motion, which is simply to lift item B and discuss it separately? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor? So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that all those opposed? It is not carried. Okay, so now we're on to the main motion, which is to approve the minutes of June 9th, 2022 as presented. Any further discussion? Councillor Soever.
Yes, Mr. Warden, since it was the decision of council not to lift that item is now included in what we're approving today. It is a, you know, and we're doing it as a package. So my concern with that was that delegation bylaw gave the power to one person, that being our CAO, to approve major expenditures and hirings and firings. And this is quite normal in many jurisdictions, but best practices are those which are espoused in the Hanover bylaw, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And I'm sure, you know, it says that 2 people have to approve major expenditures. I'm not quite sure why a person would want to take on that responsibility as a single person when most good corporate governance practices indicate that 2 people make most important decisions at a minimum. And in fact, most jurisdictions have check signing authorities that are 2 people. And the other concern I have is that it says in this that it is a condition of the delegation above that the chief administrative officer report to council on any actions taken under it within the first 6 months of the 2022 council term. Well, you know, most bylaws that I've looked at say that if actions are taken under this delegation of authority, they should be reported at the next council meeting, even though council doesn't have the authority to make those type of decisions. I think it's just good practice, as espoused by the Hanover bylaw, that you know, that the actions be reported immediately. So that was why I pulled it. But now that we're voting on the entire package, you know, I guess that's a moot point. But it is now in the entire package of minutes. So no, I guess I'll have to vote against the entire package. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Soever. Is there any further discussion from anyone? Then it's time to call the question. All those in favor? Is there anyone opposed? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Mackey,
In favor?
Counselor Mackey is in favor. Counselor Gamble,
Favor.
Counselor Gamble is in favor. Counselor Burley,
Favor.
Counselor Burley is in favor. Counselor Carlton,
In favor.
Counselor Carlton is in favor. Counselor McQueen,
Opposed?
Counselor McQueen is opposed. Counselor Desai is absent. Counselor Patterson, Counselor Patterson is in favor. Warden Hicks,
In favor.
Warden Hicks is in favor. Counselor Compass, Counselor Compass is in favor. Counselor Keaveney,
In favor.
Counselor Keaveney is in favor. Counselor Thomas,
In favor.
Counselor Thomas is in favor. Counselor O'Leary,
In favor.
Counselor O'Leary is in favor. Counselor Woodbury,
In favor.
Counselor Woodbury is in favor. Counselor Milne,
Yay.
Counselor Milne is in favor. Counselor Swever,
Opposed?
Counselor Swever is opposed. Counselor Bourdignon,
Opposed?
Counselor Bourdignon is opposed. Counselor Robinson,
In favor.
Counselor Robinson is in favor. Counselor Hutchinson,
In favor.
Counselor Hutchison is in favor. That motion carries 67-18.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so that is carried. We're on to item 6B now, which is the Committee of the Whole closed meeting minutes dated June 9th, 2022. I need a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor. Moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Burley. Is there, hopefully there's no need, otherwise we'll have to go into closed session. So I see no hands. So I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Is there anyone opposed? Are you opposed, Councillor Swever? Okay. That is carried. We do not need a closed meeting matter. We're now on to item number 8. 8A is the Integrity Commissioner's recommendation report dated June 17th, 2022. I do understand, yes, I see Mr. Abrams. And I see Janice as well. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
I will turn the floor over to you folks to present your report.
Thank you very much, Warden. My name is Jeff Abrams and Janice is on another box in your screen. Together, we are Principals Integrity, the Integrity Commissioner for the county and for Grey Highlands. This isn't our typical report. The report before you is the culmination of a complaint investigation initiated by Deputy Mayor O'Leary of Owen Sound, who's also a member of this council, against Mayor Paul McQueen of West Grey, and the mayor, of course, is also a member of this council. The report, as you can see, is about whether it is proper for a member of this council to attend meetings simultaneously, pardon me, and to some extent, whether the member was compensated twice for those attendances. To be clear, this is not about whether the respondent, Mayor McQueen, billed for 2 meetings when not at all participating in one or the other. We did see situations when Mayor McQueen billed 2 per diems at the same time, but he attended those meetings, and I'll put quotation marks around the word attended, and I'll address that shortly. The key question became whether it was proper to attend 2 meetings at the same time. To some whom we've interviewed, the matter was also about whether Mayor McQueen was being honest about his attendances. The evidence is that in that respect was limited, and we have not fully pursued that line of inquiry. It is an important line of inquiry, but what we've seen does not support that conclusion. Some of those whom we interviewed had the perception that attending more than 1 meeting at the same time was unethical in and of itself. Before I continue, and as a reminder to everyone, we view the role of Integrity Commissioner to be an important one, and we exercise our authority with respect to complaints made about members of council very carefully. We see our role as seeking to achieve what we call course correction. Sometimes a sanction is necessary, sometimes daylighting of the issue is sufficient, sometimes other recommendations are made. And we also find informal resolution to be very helpful in achieving course correction. We find a focus on course correction important in raising the public's perception of the ethical standards of their council. As we say in the beginning paragraphs of our report today, and that text appears in almost all of our reports. In this instance, we struggled with whether the informal resolution route was the appropriate choice. An informal resolution ends with what we call a disposition letter. It's shared with the complainant and the respondent, and it explains our reasoning and why, and any undertakings on the part of the respondent to not repeat the behavior that's the subject of the complaint. But a disposition letter is not a public document. At the end of the day, we decided that this matter required a public recommendation report. We've not made recommendations as to sanctions because we do not believe this to be the appropriate case for them. Nevertheless, we feel it is an important issue to daylight, to call attention to the concerns, and to guide future behavior. We found that the respondent did indeed run afoul of his code responsibility to diligently participate in meetings. We note that it is difficult to draw where the line is between allowing for ordinary distractions and a lack of diligence. To be clear, attending 2 meetings simultaneously and not informing or seeking accommodation for both meetings while doing so demonstrates a lack of diligence and a lack of candor required by the Code of Conduct. Momentary distractions such as checking your email, members, I've been in committee meetings where a major sporting event was running in the background without audio at a committee meeting. Concessions like that with acquiescence of everyone in attendance, it would be hard to describe those as ethical breaches. But attempting to participate in 2 meetings at the same time without transparency, without some sort of acknowledgement on the part of the meeting chairs, we believe is problematic. We also had to acknowledge a couple of other things in concluding this matter. First, we're nearing the end of the term. There are good lessons to be learned now, but to be realistic, there is little runway to apply more direct course correction techniques and evaluate their impact. Second, and this is highly important, during the pandemic, with the advent of virtual meetings, what was formerly impossible is now possible. One can have a meeting running on one screen and another meeting on another. It is possible to be in 2 places at the same time. Previously, lack of diligence was tested by whether a member was engaging in, say, an email exchange on their iPhone or a BlackBerry not too long ago while attending a council meeting. They would be admonished by the chair if a lack of diligence was perceived. Now it is quite possible, and some form of hybrid meetings is likely to continue into the future. It's possible to be in 2 places at the same time. It will remain possible even after the pandemic is behind us. So while the propriety of attending 2 meetings at once could be said to fall within a gray area, it has to be recognized that a member cannot put 100% focus on 2 meetings at the same time. The question is not so much about whether a member is compensated for 2 meetings. There is an argument that most of the effort in attending a meeting is in the preparation for the meeting. The question is whether a member can be diligent in carrying out their duties as an elected official when they attempt to attend 2 meetings at the same time. And in our view, they cannot. We recommend in the report only that council consider the enactment of policy language to guide members regarding proper principles of compensation and reimbursement when attending meetings, including preparing for and attending only a portion of the meeting. Should you split out preparation from attendance? Should there be a hard rule that only 1 per diem can be claimed at a time? Those sorts of things. When the opportunity presents, it would also be productive to discuss when it is tolerable for a member to participate in 1 meeting while attending another. Is it ever okay? I can think of examples where it might be. Should permission be sought? Should those circumstances be overt? Should they be required to relinquish the role of chair? Questions like that to reflect upon what it truly means to be a diligent participant in a meeting at council. Thank you, Warden, for the opportunity of making these opening remarks. I hope they're helpful to you. And I invite council to consider the report, and Janice and I are available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, sir. I did have some discussion with Mr. with Deputy Warden McQueen prior, and I don't know if Deputy Warden, you want to make any remarks at this point in time. This is your opportunity.
Yes, if I can, Mr. Warden, if that's okay.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And just for, I am on my way out to Perry Sound to an AMO board meeting this afternoon. I am not in another meeting, but I am in my wife's car as she was driving here on their way up, and we have parked, and I am now stationary. But I am in this meeting by virtue of Zoom, and the ability, as Mr. Abram has said, is the ability to be in different spots at the same time. And obviously the ability to be on Zoom has allowed me to do this. The part of the reason is the board meeting is 3:30 this afternoon, which I will be attending and exiting from this meeting if this meeting continues. I'm putting that out there as making that note, but being close to Perry Sound is much better for me attending that meeting, but still be able to participate today's meeting through Zoom. So I do have a statement here. Just to set the record right, I, Paul McQueen, am the mayor of the municipality of Grey Highlands, Grey County Councillor and Deputy Warden. I am also Grey County appointee to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, known as AMO, and I am the chair of the county caucus. I'm also an Agri-Escarpment Commissioner since September 2019, and had been previous appointments dating back to 2011, and I was appointed by the province from a list of 3 names presented by the county. I also sit on many committees at the county, as well as the ones at municipal level. The meeting schedule for the NEC is published for the year, and there are monthly meetings scheduled as well as policy meetings in November. Since COVID outbreak, the NEC meetings have been virtual. This may change. Needless to say, I love this work as I have spent 25 years in municipal politics. This work, along with my beef cattle farming operation and my farming is my family business, requires extensive time commitments, and unfortunately, we sometimes run into scheduling conflicts. In-person meetings eliminate this type of problem, but Zoom has allowed several meeting conflicts to occur, and I apologize for this. In retrospect, I have tried to be available for committee work as well as my role as the Agri-Escarpment Commissioner. The meeting preparation for the NEC is extensive and much more complex than an average committee meeting. I can assure you that my integrity is still intact, and my target to attend all meetings scheduled for me involves slipping in and out of a few meetings. This was only possible because of Zoom. I have not received more remuneration than I am entitled to, and I agree with the Integrity Commission's comments that sanctions are not warranted. I thank you for listening. I look forward to your continued support. Thank you.
thank you, sir. I turn it over to council now. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, I have a question for Councillor McQueen. And I think I know the answer. Everybody knows the answer, but I want to hear your answer. Are you capable of chairing the Affordable Housing Committee and sitting in on an NEC meeting at the same time?
Absolutely not.
So that is the reason you removed yourself from the chair. When I asked you, you said you removed yourself from the chair because you weren't feeling well. Whether you were feeling great or not so great had nothing to do with it. That was untruthful. That's not why you removed yourself from the chair. 3 or 4 months later, or whatever it was with the Integrity Commissioner, after you had time to think about it, you told them as well that you removed yourself from the chair because you weren't feeling well. That's not correct. Would you agree?
No, I was not feeling well, and that was the reason I removed myself from the chair. Obviously, if I was chairing the Affordable Task Force, there's no way I would be attending or listening in on the NEC meeting. I wasn't feeling well that morning, and I think there was some mentioning that I left the screen a few times. Sometimes when you're not feeling well, you may have to go to the washroom or excuse yourself from a meeting or however, but I did remove myself from that meeting because I was not as chair. It's I was not feeling well, and I did have some correspondence early that morning with the deputy clerk. And as we've just witnessed at our warden's forum, how sometimes you become ill at the last minute. And as we just witnessed at our warden's forum, that even the warden had to send regrets in the sense of him attending the warden's forum.
So you have no intentions whatsoever of owning this. So that's your decision. My next question is, why is it that after I confronted you, the very next morning at 8:15, you contacted the NEC right away to make sure you weren't getting your per diem?
Because I didn't feel it was right that I was not feeling well, and I was part of the other meeting. And as obviously you raised it, I was not going to pursue that. Part of the remuneration from NEC is preparation as it's laid out. And I will say that schedule conflicts, and that was the part that I raised in my submission here at the beginning of this discussion, was the NEC meetings are well scheduled and well publicized on their website. And I find it's very difficult when meeting conflicts happen, when those are already laid out. And as the chair of the Affordable Housing Task Force, I've never contacted, or I've never entered into a Google meeting request to say if you're available or not. And then all of a sudden there they are, there's that meeting conflict. As I pointed out, I am a busy person. I'm up at sunrise and I go to bed at sunset, and I'm working pretty much the whole day. And all of a sudden I come across a meeting conflict, and there was, as it was on March 17th. But the reason I did not chair that meeting, as I pointed out, I was not feeling well that morning.
So I'm just talking about the per diem. So you thought on 3 previous times it was okay to get your per diem?
Okay, so if you're getting into the details, they are wrong. I submitted that to the Integral Commissioner because they were not at the same time. If we want to get into that, I'll get into that. I got to pull it up here. But with the exception of one, which I thought I was on break when I attended the MHAC meeting, but the other ones were after. The one that was on a particular day, it was at 4 o'clock, not in the NEC meeting had adjourned at 3:30. There was the Chamber of Commerce, which I brought greetings for at 7 o'clock in the evening, which part of our remuneration policy of the municipality of Grey Highlands. I am remunerated as the mayor to bring greetings at official events, which I submitted. And part of that submission is either a half day or a full day. That's the way it's set out. We are moving toward a salary remuneration in the next term of council. But that is how it's pointed out today. And that is how it's been for the last 20 years, I would say, for Grey Highlands as far as remuneration for those items that we attend. So no.
So Mr. Warden, I would ask that the Integrity Commissioners respond to that if he's denying.
Yes, this discussion has taken a bit of a turn. This, of course, is not a hearing. There shouldn't be cross-examination or testimony. What we said in the report, I believe, was that on those dates, there was evidence of per diems being charged for 2 meetings on the same dates. We reviewed a number of records from various bodies to look at when the per diems were charged. And so what the respondent is saying is that they were not at the same time. The mayor had attempted to reach us. We tried to schedule a meeting after he'd given his submission, and that meeting never took place. It could have been a discussion that we had with him at that time. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to meet on the timeframes that we had sent to him. So I guess my response to you, Chair, is that the focus we've taken in this report, while acknowledging that there are per diems being charged on the same dates, the focus we're taking is not so much on the per diems. We recognize that there needs to be some better policy framework around that. The respondent has indicated to us that he's going to be more careful about these charges down the road. But the focus of the report, Mr. Chair, is on whether it is possible to diligently participate in 2 meetings at the same time. That was what initiated the complaint, the mayor's appearance on screen at the Affordable Housing Task Force while attending another meeting, which turned out to be the NEC meeting. That we would recommend be the focus of the discussion. It is more difficult to look at the per diems and when they were charged and whether they were relevant and whether they're earned or partially earned as a result of preparation for a meeting. That is a whole discussion, but it is not the focus of this report.
So, Mr. Warden, I don't need a policy to decide whether I'm going to collect per diem for 2 meetings at the same time. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. At the onset of Jeffrey Abrams' discussion, he had referenced, I believe, West Grey as opposed to Grey Highlands. And I just wanted that clarity that it is with regard to Grey Highlands. And thank you for allowing me that clarification point.
My apologies.
Point noted. Anyone else? Councillor Sullivan.
Yes, and I think I want to thank the Integrity Commissioner for their report. It raises some very important issues with respect to municipal governance as a whole, in that we are appointed to different committees by different councils. I've kind of restricted my involvement with committees at the county level, recognizing that being mayor of the town of Blue Mountains is pretty much more than a full-time job. So I have in many occasions, I don't know exactly how many, but I know it's come up quite a few times where I've had to either join meetings late or not attend because of scheduling conflicts, either with things that are at the town of Blue Mountains. So it is a tricky thing to balance, and I think everybody has to make their own decisions what they try to do. I mean being mayor of the town of Blue Mountains, people have said, well, would you like to do this and would you like to do that? And oftentimes they say, well, no, I don't think I can get involved here because really wouldn't be able to attend very often because of other commitments. One of the things that maybe we could work towards here is the scheduling. I know that nobody has ever reached out to me when I've been on committees to say, are you available or do you have a conflict? And in fact, even Krista, our deputy clerk, who kindly assists me with my schedule, I don't have a full-time administrative assistant or anything. So when she's been having trouble accessing my county agenda, so I do have to contact her. So maybe there could be better coordination, and particularly I think Mayor McQueen noted that he is nominated, I guess, by the county but appointed by the province to the Niagara Escarpment Commission. So when those meetings are scheduled a year in advance, perhaps we could work to make sure that when he is chair of a committee, and I was kind of surprised to learn that even chairs of committees aren't consulted on the date of and time of the committee appointment. So, it is, kind of unusual that a chair of a committee would not be consulted on when the committee is to meet. But, so maybe we could, just improve the practices there a bit so these difficult situations don't arise. And I think, it raises the whole question of, as there is this great out-migration, as the University of Western Ontario is saying, and we start to see a lot of people settling up here and our jobs become more complex. Maybe, we got to look at how we distribute the workload. And maybe there's one level of government too many. Anyway, those are just my comments, but I want to thank the Integrity Commissioner for raising that.
Thank you, Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to the scheduling of committees and task forces, the clerk's office practice is to inform themselves about any meetings that are noted on the public schedules of the municipalities where there are councillors involved. So that does take place. The other point that I would make is at any time when it's brought to our attention that there's a conflict, we do our very best to work around that. There's a good communication between ourselves here at the county and the staff at the member municipalities who have responsibility for calendars, and there are conversations there. So I did want to at least make that point that we are doing something towards trying to ensure that these conflicts don't happen. And I do acknowledge that there's always opportunities to do more. It's just finding that balance of time. And I know everybody has a busy things in. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Woodbury.
Thank you. I'm going to look at things kind of cutting to the chase a little bit. I believe this talk about scheduling is a red herring. If we have a doctor's appointment, we look to see if we're open or closed. We decide if we can make it or not. We book it, we go. By far, the majority of the meetings that come to us through our municipalities and through the county, we get a calendar alert that says accept, refuse, or maybe different words, but that idea. I think it reflects really badly on municipal leaders if scheduling things and saying you can or can't make it is this huge of a deal. When you go out in the private sector, all levels of employees have schedules, can say they can make it to meetings or not. If it's really important, you try to go to the most important one and you see what you can or see if one can be arranged. I'm sorry, but to me, whether scheduling of meetings is a red herring. If you've got way too many meetings that run at the same time, then you as an individual have participated in too many things. And so the scheduling thing to me has nothing to do with it at all. And that's my view.
Thank you, sir. I do not see any other hands. Anyone else? Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think we can all agree that we're all busy. Everybody's busy. But choices have to be made on where you can contribute and where you can't. I think Mr. Abrams made it very clear that in this particular case, in his report, he made it very clear that the county code of conduct has been breached. And really, that's what we're discussing. And I think any thinking person would suggest that you cannot participate in two meetings at the same time and make a meaningful contribution to both. You need to pick one or the other. There's vice chairs at all the committees. If you can't make the meeting as chair, you notify the vice chair and the clerk to say you're not going to be attending. So I guess what I would ask Mr. McQueen, because you have clearly breached the county code of conduct, will you consider resigning from the NEC and your position at AMO while representing the county?
Well, I'm not going to consider that because I think it goes back to the part of conflicting and the issues around scheduling the meeting. So I think it's irrelevant to this. What you're asking me is it's moving forward. I think the report on the integral commissioner suggests suggestions moving forward, and I look forward to those recommendations moving ahead.
You're finished, Councillor Milne? Okay, next is Councillor Thomas.
Thanks, Warden, and through you. The issue for me here is not about the per diem or even about the attending meetings simultaneously. The issue for me here is the attempt to conceal the fact from everyone else that two meetings were being attended at the same time. To me, that is the height of disrespect to the members of council sitting around this table and to all municipal politicians in Grey County. Folks, you know, there's a lot going on in the world, and I'm going to tell you right now that climate change, homelessness, the economy, these are not the big issues facing politicians today. The big issue facing politicians today is the crisis in trust. Nobody trusts us. At Good Roads, which the deputy warden attended, there was a presentation from the on trust, and politicians are at the very bottom of the list of people who are trusted by the public. This is one of the reasons why. People look at this kind of stuff and they don't trust us. So Councillor McQueen's actions, while, you know, he seems to be trying to minimize them, they reflect on all of us. This isn't just about Councillor McQueen, it's about all of us at this table and at similar tables around Grey County trying to do the best for our communities. I think that his actions were disrespectful. You know, I'm busy too, but I don't see it as a justification to skirt around the rules or disregard the code of conduct. I think he should be held accountable for the fact that he's tried to conceal from council the fact that he's attending multiple meetings. And this isn't even the first time, as we saw in the Integrity Commissioner's report. So I would certainly like to see some sort of sanction come from the council here, regardless of what it is, but there's got to be action. Otherwise, our public is going to look at all of us and go, yeah, they're just covering up, they're covering for their own, and that's the way it's going to look. And the crisis in trust is going to deepen, and I just can't stand to see that. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I just want to make it clear. I'm a face-up guy. I didn't want to go to the Integrity Commissioner. And I want to make sure everyone understands what happened here. Councillor McQueen showed up at the Affordable Housing Task Force, which in my mind is one of the most important committees. All our committees are important. He is the chair. He contacted the clerk just before and said he wasn't feeling well. He asked Warden Hicks to chair the meeting. Councillor Burley is the vice chair. Councillor McQueen didn't even know who the vice chair was. Never mind contacting him prior to the meeting to ask him if he could chair it. Totally unfair to Councillor Burley. And when I confronted, it was such a distraction too, that he was on the screen, off the screen, on the screen, off the screen. When he was off mute, you could hear the other meeting going. It was a distraction for all of us. So I confronted him at the end of the meeting. He told me he wasn't feeling well. That's why he didn't chair. It's clear the reason he didn't chair was because he couldn't chair and sit in the NEC, so he was untruthful in his answer. When I then said, just to be clear, Paul, are you sitting in on another meeting? And he stared into the screen and refused to answer the question. That's why I went to the Integrity Commissioner. This whole thing is so wrong. I can guarantee you one thing. If that's me, I would be resigning today. And Councillor McQueen, you just gave me a bunch of excuses. It's wrong. You should be resigning. And you should at least resign from deputy mayor or deputy warden. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we have had all the discussion that we want. I do not see any other hands.
Mr. Warden, am I able to respond?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
So again, I look forward to the recommendations from the Integral Commissioner who has moved forward, and I'm not saying I'm a perfect person, and with going to Zoom has been into a gray area for sure. And I think there's an expectation of our responsibilities to the public in the sense of how we represent ourselves and also representing those issues on those particular meetings. That's why we're on those particular committees and however. But I don't like this. I'm being attacked here. I'm being personally attacked here. I don't think this was the intention as the Integral Commissioner laid out. It's a gray area. It's about setting policy moving forward. I've been in many meetings where people are also in other meetings or listening to other meetings. Let's be realistic here. Zoom has created the situation. I'm sure you know as well, Mr. Warden. I know when I was Warden, I had 8 meetings in some days. It was crazy moving into Zoom and dealing with all the responsibilities and expectations that we were put on us with Zoom. We never had this problem with an issue before Zoom came along. And the issue why I did not respond to Mr. O'Leary as he has pointed out here was my last day as Warden. I was attacked with regards to the issues around the extra beds that we were awarded as Grey Gables. I was personally attacked of why I did not disclose it. It was embargoed by the province, but I was attacked by more than one councillor, including Councillor O'Leary. And as I written into my response to the Integral Commissioner that I felt, and we talk about our mental health, is it was happening all over again on that morning of March 17th. And so I thought our code of conduct is to, as we've just experienced by a number of speakers here today, is not to attack us or carry on like has been just experienced, is we talk about our process and procedure and move forward and how we make it a better place. And I understand that, I realize that, and I was not feeling well that morning. Sorry to say, and I'm sorry that that's not how the individual sees it, but I mean, we're only human and we move forward. But again, I realized that, and I did not even claim a per diem for either of meetings that day. And I have made changes that I will not be anywhere near a second meeting during another meeting, even if it's being called upon. I see that and moving forward in a corrective manner, as also was pointed out in the report. So again, Mr. Warden, I feel this is getting to be more of a political or that way, and I don't want to go there. I don't think we should go there. I think we need to move on with the report. The recommendations are there. I feel that I do good work, and I will certainly reflect on this morning's suggestions and give it some thought after today, and I may consider some changes moving forward. But this is leading up today. It has been on my mind for 3 months, and certainly I don't take this very lightly. It's been on me. I take my job very serious. I've been doing this for 25 years. I feel that I have been a great counselor, and I understand the issue around trust, and that's certainly very, very important. And yeah, I know that we are looked upon to be at the higher standards. So that's why we do have a code of conduct and everything in place as the Integral Commission. I realize that, and moving forward, I will do better. That's all I can say. I'm human. I'm my heart's on my sleeve, but I'll leave it at that, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, sir. Anything further from anyone? All right, well, I think we need to deal with the matter at hand. We have a couple of options. One option is that we have a motion with respect to receiving the Integrity Commissioner's report. I've also heard from Councillor Thomas that he would like to see some sanctions. So I'm in your hands. If I don't hear from anyone else, then I'm simply going to ask that the clerk present to us a motion to receive the Integrity Commissioner's report. Councillor Woodbury.
I think with this, all the information in here, to simply receive this report would be a mistake on our part in the public trust. I think there needs to be actions with the report, whether the actions are today or at another time. And we can specify that. And I'm saying actions, whether that is changes of policy, since scheduling is apparently difficult, or whether it's sanctions. I just simply don't believe we can get a report like this and receive it. I think there has to be action with it. And it's up to this council to decide on those actions. Now, whether, like I said, it's today or another day, I think that's got to be part of our motion in what we do here.
Thank you. I don't know if the integrity commissioner wants to weigh in on where we're at now. I guess we're at a point where we can simply receive the integrity commissioner's report, or someone can raise their hand and say that they believe that there should be some sanctions and what those sanctions are, and we can entertain a motion there as well. Sir?
Certainly, Chair, happy to. Let's begin with the notion of sanctions. We have not recommended them, but it is in council's hands to decide upon that. We believe that they're not warranted in this case, but in any event, they would have to reflect the findings in the report. You should know what the available sanctions are. They begin with a reprimand. A reprimand is a formal acknowledgement by council that there's a finding of breach. In our view, we thought that the daylighting of the circumstances was sufficient, but it is certainly open to council to adopt a motion that reprimands Councillor Mayor McQueen for his behaviors. The other sanction that the Act speaks to is a suspension of pay. That would be the suspension of the county's pay to Mayor McQueen, and you are restricted there by imposing a suspension for up to 90 days. So 90-day suspension is the maximum that the county could adopt as a sanction. Again, we don't recommend that the suspension of pay be the remedy here. What we do recommend, and we call these remedial recommendations. They're not spoken to in the Act, but they are within the power of the municipality to do, and that is to adopt a process to review policies, to make it clearer, either speaking to per diems, or whether it is appropriate for a member to attend 2 meetings at the same time without disclosing that, without some measure of transparency and permission associated with it. That's policy work. You're probably not in a position today to adopt that policy, but council certainly could give direction to staff to bring forward policy recommendations, council having received the report. So that was a long answer. Let me just summarize it. You have the ability to, I'll deal it from the last comment to the first. You have the ability to adopt recommendations to develop some policy language. You do have the ability to impose sanctions, and those sanctions available to you are a reprimand and the suspension of pay for up to 90 days. Hope that was helpful, Warden.
Thank you, sir. Yes, that is helpful. So again, council, I'm in your hands. If I don't see a hand being raised, then I'm simply going, yeah, Councillor Thomas.
Thanks, Warden, and through you. I'm sorry that Councillor McQueen sees this as a personal attack. I think all we're looking for here is accountability. He is accepting responsibility for what he's done. He said he's going to change. But I think that, certainly from my perspective, when I look around the table here, the people to whom I look for the highest ethical standard would be the warden and the deputy warden. And that's the only reason I'm suggesting that there should be some follow through here to demonstrate to the public that we do take these issues seriously and we deal with them. So I would move receipt of the report and further that county council issue a reprimand to Councillor McQueen. And further that county staff revise the code of conduct to address the issue of multiple meetings simultaneously. And that's maybe not the best wording, but I think that you get what I'm saying there.
Okay, so thank you. If I understood it correctly, I'll come to you. You are moving that we receive the Integrity Commissioner's report. Secondly, that reprimand be issued to Deputy Warden McQueen. And thirdly, that we give direction to staff to bring back recommendations for changes or direction around policy clarification. Let's just call it that. Madam Clerk, you've got all that? So I would, she says yes. So I would need a seconder. Are you seconding, Councillor Mellon? So it's seconded. Now it's on the floor. Is there any discussion about the motion that's on the floor? Seeing no hands with respect, oh, Councillor Soever.
Yes, Mr. Warden, and certainly trust is a very serious issue. And before I decide how to vote on this, this morning I overheard part of a conversation between Councillors Milne and O'Leary, where I heard only part of it, and the part that I heard was something about let him do the dirty work. So I'm just asking the two gentlemen, did I hear that correctly? And was this in regards to the issue that we're deciding today?
I'm not sure about the appropriateness of the question. If I understand correctly, Councillor Soever, you're asking about a conversation that took place prior to the meeting. Yes. And you're asking for those two councillors to clarify what they meant about something that you overheard?
Yes, and whether it's yes, and whether it's with regard to the item we're considering right now.
I got to tell you, I'm really troubled by the question on all kinds of levels, but I'm going to take my guidance from the clerk, and if we need to take a short break for you to help give me some guidance on this, it's not feeling comfortable for me, Councillor Soever. So I'm going to take a short break. It is now 11. I'm going to suggest that we come back at 11:10. So we'll take a short break.
Point of order, Mr. Warden, can you leave in the middle of a motion?
Good question. The answer that I have is yes. So I'm going to suggest that we come back at 11:10. Okay, folks? Thank you, sir. I'll call the meeting back to order. So just prior to the break, we were having discussion about a motion. And a question was asked of Councillor Soever. And my ruling is that the question is not germane to the motion that we are debating. So I'm not going to allow the question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. But my question was what I overheard germane to the, and only the two gentlemen would know that.
So I heard the question loud and clear. My ruling is that the question is not appropriate for the motion at hand. So I guess your other option is to challenge the ruling of the chair. Madam Clerk, I'll turn things over to you then.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I will just read the procedural bylaw for challenging a ruling so that it is clear what the process is. Any member may challenge the ruling of the warden immediately following the ruling. In the event a member challenges the ruling, council will vote on the ruling immediately without debate. Council's majority vote is final if the warden is challenged. So there has been a challenge, so council can now vote on whether the warden's ruling stands. And if you wish to do that, you would vote in favor.
Sorry, my microphone is, Madam Clerk, can there be a recorded vote on, can you give us a second? We need to just look this up. So the clerk advises that there can be a recorded vote, so there will be a recorded vote. We're just taking a second to get the get things set up.
My apologies for the delay there. So this is to vote on the ruling of the warden on whether the question Councillor Soever raised is germane to the pending motion. Councillor Mackey?
In favor?
Councillor Mackey is in favor. Councillor Gamble? Councillor Gamble is in favor. Councillor Burley?
Favor.
Councillor Burley is in favor. Councillor Carlton?
In favor.
Councillor Carlton is in favor. Councillor McQueen?
Opposed?
Councillor McQueen is opposed. Councillor Desai is absent. Councillor Patterson?
In favor.
Councillor Patterson is in favor. Warden Hicks?
Yay.
Warden Hicks is in favor. Councillor Clumpus? Councillor Clumpus is in favor. Councillor Keaveney?
In favor.
Councillor Keaveney is in favor. Councillor Thomas?
In favor.
Councillor Thomas is in favor. Councillor O'Leary? Councillor O'Leary is in favor. Councillor Woodbury?
In favor.
Councillor Woodbury is in favor. Councillor Milne?
Yay.
Councillor Milne is in favor. Councillor Soever?
Opposed.
Councillor Soever is opposed. Councillor Bourdignon?
Opposed?
Councillor Bourdignon is opposed. Councillor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Robinson is in favor. Councillor Hutchinson?
In favor.
Councillor Hutchinson is in favor. That motion was carried 67 to 18.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we'll proceed on. We're back to the main motion. Councillor Soever, do you have any other questions? Are there any other questions from anyone else? Or debate or comments? Okay, seeing none, then perhaps I will then call the question on the main motion. Madam Clerk, can you please remind us? Oh, I did see a hand. Councillor Hutchison, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. I just for clarity, I'd like to know what the reprimand is, because I heard a few different things attached to it. So is there a reprimand, like the reprimand, is there a recommendation that's attached with this, or is it just a straight reprimand? Thank you.
No, I think you've answered your question, sir. It's simply that he be reprimanded. That's it. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Could we have the clerk read the motion again, please? I'm just wondering if it should be separated into two pieces.
So the motion on the floor is that the report be received, the Integrity Commissioner's report be received, and that a reprimand be imposed to Councillor McQueen, and that staff be directed to bring forward a report amending the code of conduct regarding policy clarification.
Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. So there's almost three pieces to that. There's one, receiving the report, which I believe, we should be doing, but then there's action items also. One of the action items being that I think it's bullet point 74 that in the report that we should be looking at our policies and procedures to determine clarity around, duplicate meetings in this new age of virtual meetings. It never used to be a problem. You showed up at a meeting or you didn't. But there's new issues now with virtual meetings. And then the second is the reprimand. Certainly, in my opinion, Councillor McQueen made some mistakes. He's owned up to that mistake. And if you look at the recommendations of the integrity commissioners that have far more expertise than this body does, they're not recommending any further action. So I guess that's my standpoint on it. So I'd like to see the reprimand section voted on separately as opposed to the section number 74, which is the policy procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So your motion is that we vote separately on the second item, which is the reprimand. And if that's the case, then Madam Clerk, with your guidance, I'm going to call for a seconder if you're making that into a motion. So I would need a seconder to Councillor Burley, I'm going to say, seconds it. So now we're going to have discussion and a vote on whether we want to vote separately on the reprimand. Everybody clear about that? I see no nodding head, so yes, okay. All right, very good. So is there any discussion on that, on the motion before us now that we're dealing with, to vote separately on the recommendation with respect to a reprimand? If there's no discussion, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? That is carried. All right, so now we are going to vote on the remaining two items, which is to receive the Integrity Commissioner's report and the recommendation or the direction to staff to revise the code of conduct with respect to meetings at the recommendation, I suppose, of the Integrity Commissioner. Are we clear about that? I see nodding heads. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Is there anyone opposed? That is carried. Okay. So now we're on the motion. We're going to vote separately on the motion to with respect to the reprimand. Is there any discussion on that? Any further discussion on the motion about a reprimand? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. If the motion could be read again, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
The current motion on the floor is that the report be received and that a reprimand be imposed to Councillor McQueen.
Have we not already voted on the motion to receive? I believe we have. The only thing we're voting on now is the reprimand. Councillor Burley. There's a call for a recorded vote. Councillor Soever.
Yes, Mr. Warden, and I'm kind of torn on this one. This is, but you know, I'm considering my vote in terms of the tone of the discussion here and what I previously overheard. So anyway, I'm just, well,
Councillor Woodbury?
Sorry for interrupting, but point of order, on the screen, we did not have a mover and seconder for the reprimand part of this motion. Wasn't on the screen, that's all.
Sorry, there was a motion that it be voted on separately. I guess your point is, we voted for it to be voted on separately. We didn't actually have a mover and seconder for the actual motion. That's correct. Madam Clerk, I want to give you a chance to weigh in here.
So when I do the final draft of the minutes, I will be taking the original mover and seconder of that original motion with the two together and use those as the mover and seconder for the polling.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was just my concern that we didn't see it on the board. Thank you.
Back to you, Councillor Soever.
no, I was finished.
All right, so we're ready to vote and it's going to be a recorded vote.
This is a recorded vote on whether to institute a reprimand. Councillor Mackey,
No.
Councillor Mackey is opposed. Councillor Gamble. Councillor Gamble is opposed. Councillor Burley.
Opposed.
Councillor Burley is opposed. Councillor Carlton.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlton is opposed. Councillor McQueen.
Opposed.
Councillor McQueen is opposed. Kesh is absent. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Patterson is opposed. Warden Hicks.
Nay.
Warden Hicks is opposed. Councillor Clumpus. Councillor Clumpus is opposed. Councillor Keaveney.
Opposed.
Councillor Keaveney is opposed. Councillor Thomas. Councillor Thomas is in favor. Councillor O'Leary. Councillor O'Leary is in favor. Councillor Woodbury. Councillor Woodbury is in favor. Councillor Milne. Councillor Milne is in favor. Councillor Soever. Councillor Soever is in favor. Sorry. Councillor Soever is opposed. Councillor Bourdignon.
Opposed.
Councillor Bourdignon is opposed. Councillor Robinson.
Opposed.
Councillor Robinson is opposed. Councillor Hutchinson.
Opposed.
Councillor Hutchinson is opposed. It was lost 63-22.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is the point at which I thank Jeffrey and Janice for attending and for the time and care you put into preparing your report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Oops. All right, we're on to item number 9, which are the 3 bylaws. Remind me, are we voting separately? Is there one bylaw that you wanted to deal with separately?
We discussed during the minutes.
We did discuss it during the minutes. That's right. Yeah, that's right. So we don't need to have a separate council soever.
I'd like to vote on that separately because I do support the other 2 bylaws, so I can't. I don't want to oppose all 3 just on the basis that I'm not happy with the 3rd one.
Okay, so if I could have a mover and seconder for the 2 remaining bylaws, and we so moved by Councillor Soever and seconded by Councillor Bourdignon. Any discussion? And I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That is carried. So now we're voting separately on 22, no, 5141, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So I need a mover, put that on the floor. Moved by Councillor Carlton, seconded by Councillor Clumpus. Any discussion? Councillor Soever.
So I won't be long because I already stated my piece. I just find that the wording could be tighter, as is in the Town of Hanover bylaw, which I think is very well crafted. And that's why I'll be opposing this wording. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any other hands for discussion, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Is there anyone opposed? Okay. Madam Clerk, over to you.
And this vote is on the proposed restricted acts bylaw. Councillor Mackey,
In favor?
Councillor Mackey's in favor, Councillor Gamble,
Favor.
Councillor Gamble's in favor, Councillor Burley,
Favor.
Councillor Burley's in favor, Councillor Carlton,
In favor.
Councillor Carlton is in favor, Councillor McQueen,
Opposed?
Councillor McQueen is opposed. Councillor Desai is absent. Councillor Patterson. Councillor Patterson is in favor. Warden Hicks.
Yay.
Warden Hicks is in favor. Councillor Clumpus. Councillor Clumpus is in favor. Councillor Keaveney.
In favor.
Councillor Keaveney is in favor. Councillor Thomas. Councillor Thomas is in favor. Councillor O'Leary. Councillor O'Leary is in favor. Councillor Woodbury. Councillor Woodbury is in favor. Councillor Milne. Councillor Milne is in favor. Councillor Soever. Councillor Soever is opposed. Councillor Bourdignon.
Opposed.
Councillor Bourdignon is opposed. Councillor Robinson.
In favor.
Councillor Robinson is in favor. Councillor Hutchinson.
In favor.
Councillor Hutchinson is in favor. And that carries 67 to 18.
I need you to turn off. Thank you. Okay, so we are on now to item number 10, good news and celebration. Please, we need some good news. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I have 3 points of good news and celebration. First of all, I'd like to thank and commend you and Grey County staff and the speakers during the Wardens Forum. The focus was on inclusion and diversity, and it was well achieved. And thank you very much. Look forward to the next Wardens Forum. I also want to say, with regard to celebration, the Durham Homecoming will take place June 30th to July 3rd. June 30th to July 3rd. We are celebrating Durham's 150th birthday and the Durham Homecoming. That is the sesquicentennial. I just practice that word because it doesn't come around very often. I also want to say that the Saugeen Valley Children's Safety Village, and this council will remember that we did have a wonderful delegation not too long ago. There will be an open house at the Saugeen Valley Children's Safety Village, June 26th from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mackey, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Just received an email. We had been before the meeting talking about the possibility of a new inspector for the Grey Bruce detachment. And I just received an email that Chief Superintendent Thebe has announced that Inspector Paul Richardson will be the new inspector for the Grey Bruce detachment, and he will commence his duties on July 10th. It's been about 2 years since we've had a full-time inspector. Inspector Richardson comes from the Wellington County, where he is the current inspector, and lives in Bruce County. So it's good news for our area to have a regular full-time inspector now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden, and I echo Councillor Robinson's comments about the Warden's Forum. It was very, very well attended, and the presentations were excellent. I'd just like to report that the St. George's Fish Fry, which hadn't been running for a couple of years now, it was back on the weekend, and over 600 people came through and enjoyed an excellent fish meal with fresh pickerel. And so the community was out in force, and everybody was very happy to be getting together again in person. The other good news we have is we've got a new director of planning, Adam Smith. It's not easy to find planning directors these days, but our team did an excellent job, and Adam started work on Monday. And with regard to that, he's going to be extremely busy. Since we were involved at the Ontario Land Tribunal, and we've had 4 developers approach us about how they could work with us with regards to affordable housing. So he's going to have a lot of meetings early on in his tenure. So I think that's all good news. And that's all I have from the Blue Mountains.
Thank you very much, sir. It's good to hear that you're making progress on the affordable housing front. Councillor Hutchison, you're next.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Warden. I'd just like to say thank you to yourself, Mr. Warden, and to CAO John, or Wingrove, I apologize, for your delegation this past Tuesday at our council. I think the presentation you came forward with, providing all the information, the updates, the hard work we've done at the county level, certainly resonated and was well received. And if anybody has not received their delegation, it is certainly something to look forward to. So just, I guess, kudos to the hard work that's happened over the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would concur that our CAO did a fine job. Deputy Warden McQueen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Warden. And again, just a little bit of the Warden's Forum. It was nice to have the ability to showcase the Sydenham School to all our lower tier municipalities. And I guess a question to you, how are you feeling? I know that you were a little under the weather that day, and I trust that you're feeling better today, but I know that it must have been pretty tough not to make your own Warden's Forum in that sense, but I hope you're doing well. A couple things happening in Grey Highlands. The gold rush is happening again in Eugenia, and originally dating back to 1853, and we all know that it was to do with fool's gold, but the event is happening again. It's great to see events happening after the shutdown of COVID, and it's from noon to 9:30 in the park up the Eugenia itself. We also have fireworks coming on July 2nd and Feversham, and also Canada Day events in Markdale itself. So it's nice to see that we're moving toward the Canada celebration again. And I guess there has been a few celebrations. I guess also I know I attended at Grey Gables with regards to the celebration of the 70th anniversary of the Queen Elizabeth and her reign. And I know that you brought your regrets, and I did pass that on that day as well, Mr. Warden, and it was a great event. If you have an opportunity to get those handed out those pens, they were quite unique. They're with regards to the little red, and then also if there's somebody, I think it was sent out from Alex Ruff's office, if there's somebody you think you should nominate for a coin, that is, I think, up until the end of June for somebody who maybe seek that recognition of that as well. So that just as a reminder. So thanks again, Mr. Warden and County Council.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. And yes, I am on the road to recovery, feeling somewhat better. I wouldn't say fully better, but somewhat. Councillor Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'd just like to point out that the Ride Don't Hide Grey Bruce is back this Sunday, June 26th, starting at Kelso Beach and Owen Sound, with the routes going out through Georgian Bluffs with a 25 kilometer, 50 kilometer, 80 kilometer, and 100 kilometer. and a family-friendly in-park ride. So that's taking effect starting at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. And that's promoting mental health in Grey Bruce, which I think is fantastic. Thanks. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hutchison, did I miss you? No? Okay.
No, I just complimented your visit, your delegation to council, and you handed
That's
that
right.
over to CEO Wingrove. Thank you.
Yes, that's my foggy brain at work here. I apologize. Okay, I do not see any other, Councillor Clumpus.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I'm sure everyone has Canada Day celebrations coming up. We're all looking forward to celebrating in person for the first time in a while. We will miss fireworks in the municipality of, well, at least the town of Meaford. There will be fireworks in Bognor on July 1st and in Annan on June 30th, but not in Meaford proper this year. Instead, we're looking forward to an air show and a great deal of entertainment, good music, good food, flag raising with an Indigenous flair this year, which is really lovely. Pancake breakfast and all the usual contributions to a very successful and happy Canada Day. Following that, on July 7th, the next week, is our annual Harbor Run, walk, stroll, bike your way. It's again at Meaford Harbor. 9 o'clock start, sponsored by the Meaford Hospital Foundation, which has been doing this for many, many years now and raised a great deal of money to support our hospital. And this year, the proceeds again will go to mental health and addiction. So very happy for that as well. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Clumpus. Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I just wanted to say that the Egremont Optimist Club will be hosting a car show and the annual fireworks after a couple of years of absence in the Holstein Park on Canada Day, Canada Evening. And also that this Saturday at the other end of our municipality in Dundalk, the local Pride Committee has organized an event to celebrate Pride Month, which is of course June, and they'll be having a walking parade after the event or during the event. And so it's gratifying to know that we live in a community that is open and welcoming of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that's it. I'm just checking every place here to see if there's any other hands. There are no other hands. So thank you for all of that. Okay, we're going to turn to item number 10. Oh, sorry, item number 11, which is adjournment. So moved by Deputy Warden McQueen, seconded by Councillor Hutchison, that we adjourn. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Does anyone need a further break, or we're fine to move to continue on? I see lots of nods, so we're going to continue on. So just take a second to switch over to Committee of the Whole. Excellent. Thank you very much, Rob. So I'll call the meeting to order. Is there any declaration of interest, pecuniary or otherwise? Seeing none, once again, I would say if one comes up during the course of the meeting, I would ask you to declare it at that time. Council, looking at the list at 4, is there anything that needs separate discussion? Councillor Soever.
Yes, Mr. Warden, I'd like to pull items A and D, please.
Help if I turned on the microphone. So I need a mover and seconder that we approve everything but A and D. Moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Keaveney. All those in favor? Is there anyone opposed? That is carried. Okay, we're on item 5A, which puts Kevin on deck. It is the Supportive Outreach Program Information and Funding Request, moved by Councillor Milne, and seconded by Councillor Mackey. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Mackey. Kevin, you have the floor, sir.
It's been a while since I stood here. Good morning, Warden, County Council. Pleasure to be here this morning to talk to you about supportive outreach services, which is a new program for Grey County. So today, this report be received and that we continue with supportive outreach services in Grey County, and that we use approximately $140,000 of cannabis legalization implementation funding to support the program till March 31st. And that a request to the province be made for funding to continue this into 2023 and 2024. So like I said, supportive outreach services actually started before it had a name, and it came to light and was developed last year, almost just over a year ago now, after a rooming house outbreak in southern Grey County. And what we found for that month was there's about 40 or so people in this rooming house that had a Delta outbreak of COVID, and they were unable to leave the premises. And a lot of people in that location suffered from mental health and addictions problems. And our job that month was to treat them where they were at, keep them as safe as possible, and make them as comfortable as possible. And it took a collaboration of a numerous amount of agencies and health organizations to do so, but we were successful in doing that. We maintained and developed a real relationship with our clients, our friends at that location at that time. And through that month, we actually seen a lot of people get really improve their health. And what it was is that we were bringing care right to them. The other thing is that, you know, as healthcare providers, we always think that we're number one. And to tell you the truth, we're not in helping people with mental health and addictions, especially homeless, transient people with sometimes stigma against them. That health isn't number one. Social supports, you know, where are they going to stay? What are they going to eat? What food are they going to have? And I think when we meet those needs, then we can have the conversation about their health. And until that time, you're probably not going to. So we were able to do that. And from that point, we had to have some sort of a exit plan. But people didn't want us to leave, and we really didn't want to leave all the inroads and good successes that we're having. So we stayed connected, and we remain connected even to this day. And again, every other week we're in Hanover and we support them there. So very happy with the work that came from that. So that started on our journey of June, and we worked through summer. And then in October, again, with we seen the opioid calls and the increases of that, and what we're seeing in the community, we decided to open another outreach market in Owen Sound. And the same partners came together to deliver that service at the market downtown. And so what we do is every week we call it the market, but it's supportive outreach services. And in Hanover and Owen Sound, there's a group of partners, and it takes a lot of us to come together, health partners, public health, Grievous Health Services, CMHA, Grey County Paramedic Services, our social services, our housing. And then also the very important non-governmental organizations like the Salvation Army, OSHARE, United Way. Again, all of them are on here. So everybody needs to get recognized, but it is a true partnership, a collaborative of working together to support people in these outreaches. And in the Hanover area, we see roughly about 30 to 40 people. And in the Owen Sound area, we see about 100 people. So there's quite a few people go through these markets each week. And it's really like a low barrier, one-stop shop, whether you need social support, healthcare, connected to employment, housing, social services, even in Hanover, we run court services. It's all in one spot. So there's no barriers for them to arrive there, and we meet them where they're at. Through the project, very happy with public health. They supported us. When the outbreak happened, they were the lead on case contact management. We ran the operations. The group of us, the team was working together, but public health has stayed involved, and they do the planning, the organization, and the evaluation group. So they are developing a logic model, making sure we meet the outcomes of our project. And they are doing an evaluation framework. We have done an evaluation already for Ontario Health West, but there will be a more robust report towards the end of this year, early next year on the results. And they also bring forward the health impact assessment and help us identify challenges and how to mitigate those challenges to ensure we have equity. So we continue with these weekly markets, but we knew, when we see people once a week, and actually in each location, we only see them every other week. There were things that we were doing, like running blood tests and doing different tests or providing care, that it's hard to follow up with when you only see them every other week. And sometimes good luck and also good timing. Ontario Health West actually reached out to us right at Christmas time and asked us if we would do a similar project, and they were willing to fund it. And so we were able to bring our partners together. And we looked at areas from across the province. Particularly, we looked at the home model in London and developed a program here where we would have what we call mobile SOS, and we'd bring that care directly to the clients on the street. So this is what was developed, and I got to thank Lauren Gardner from Ontario Health West that helped put this together. She's far better at this type of stuff than I am. But as far as laying it all out, what it looks like on a one-page pictograph. So we have our SOS mobile team here, and it's overseen by 2 addiction specialist physicians. And then we have community paramedics. We have nurse practitioners with addictions background, and we're lucky they have diabetes and primary care background, so they bring the full stop shop with us. Mental health counselor from CMHA, and which is really interesting for health dollars funding the social side of things, which I'm very happy with, that we have a social navigator that looks after food, clothing, and any other social supports that they bring. And we formed this team working out of an ambulance or a first response vehicle or wherever we could get that day. And we're out in the community, and we are supported by that main group of partners that meet the outreach market, which is a lot of people. We provide medical care. We do addictions treatment right on site. We give people injections of Sublocade right in the ambulance, right on the street. And that's a drug that helps them for 30 days. We do comprehensive mental health care. And the big part of this is we navigate the system for them. It's so important that these people, our friends there, cannot navigate this system at all. Like, it's tough for them to meet the system. The system actually is developed for people to come to the system, where in this population, we have to take the system to the person. So they with that support and system navigation, also the social care and the wraparound care that they give them in that program is so important. So the importance of street outreach, like I said, we go to doctor's appointments or any appointments, we have to have transportation. We have to sit sometimes for long periods of time. Quite often the people we see on the street, typically these people are homeless, transient, sometimes couch surfing, nowhere to go, or they're precariously housed only for short periods of time. They're sick in the community. They're very sick. And it's typically because of their addiction and mental health. And for them to be able to make appointments and meet appointments on time or even at all, it doesn't happen. And that's one thing I'm so proud of this team. Like they really care. Like if you miss an appointment, they actually go out and find you. They know where you are. They know your friends, and they actually go locate you, and they'll make sure you get care that day. And sometimes they have to drive a few places, but they will locate you and take care of you. But they also do system navigation, and they help collaborate, amongst all these services. So not only do we have those 4 or 5 agencies, but they bring the whole group of people that supports them. So just to give you an idea, since February 1st, we've seen 439 individual clients and 1,234 on our mobile team. And I would say it's probably more than that. As far as harm reduction supplies, and that could be like safe use kits or naloxone, which is very important, 1,650 units of that. Basic items like could be clothing, food, those type of things, 368. And it's probably more likely more than that. It's hard enough just to do the job, let alone trying to keep track of all the stats. But anyways, we try to do that for the measurement of the program. And then the medical interventions, 387. That could be anywhere from treating an infection to doing wound care to doing addictions medicine right on the street. This is the fixed site locations. There's estimated attendance 1,347. One thing, again, back to the social side of things. Like the social side of things is really where the conversation starts, and it brings people to us. We feed everybody that day, and we bring meals. And so thankful to OSHARE. They actually supply these meals for us each and every market. United Way's there, or sorry, Salvation Army's there with food hampers. A large number of organizations, public health, ourselves, CMHA, doing harm reduction. There's peer support there, and also a large amount of referrals to other agencies. And that just gives you an idea of what goes on at some of the markets, some of the stats. There's peer support, there's mental health counseling, our housing departments there, ID clinics, again, court support in Hanover, housing intakes. We've done COVID vaccinations, food vouchers, and Ontario Works, and connected people that are on the system navigation. Through the evolution of this, again, you don't know what you don't know till you're in it. And one thing we found is the resources in the community are not there to meet the need. Typically SOS is there as an episodic where you go in and deal with the program. You'd like to connect them to other resources in the community. And we can connect them, but there's long wait times and like significant, not long, just significant wait times. And so what we found is we have to retool, and we're in the process of that right now. Our nurse practitioner is going to go to a half-time. Even just finding that nurse practitioner with to commit on a temporary dollars, Scraper Cell Services has been really good, but it's tough to attract them. They got other things that they have to do as well in other programs, but they haven't been able to commit a half-time nurse practitioner to us. And but also what we needed was more mental health support. So we're actually adding another mental health counselor to the team. We'll extend more duties or skills to the community paramedic that even though the nurse practitioner isn't with us, they'll be doing medical direction directly with the paramedics through a patch, and they'll be delivering the care through them that way. But the big thing we needed here was to be able to add more mental health supports, because there's definitely not enough out there. So the initial pilot was funded for the first 12 weeks through Ontario Health West with the information that we gave them through the interim report, and then the final report, which was real quick because it was only a 12-week program. But they ended up giving us $360,000 to continue. Our goal was to get to March 31st, 2023, so that we can continue to evaluate the program and deliver this care in the community. What we're requesting today is to use the cannabis funding of approximately $140,000, because this program costs about $500,000 annually. We will be working with public health to do an evaluation of the program more robust, and so we look forward to that and be able to approach the government for secure base funding in the future. But this will get us on the right stead to get us some time to be able to do that. I can't say enough about the partners. I'm going to say it again. I talk about this, probably one of the most things I'm most proud of this group is other than the care that we're providing, is the partnerships. When we first had the market, no one sound and we're in healthcare and this type of care, do you ever think that you'd ever say, maybe we have too many people coming today? And because we're worried about when people walk in, there might be too many people there. And that actually didn't work out that way because there's so many people come. I'm glad we had that many people there. But it's the partnership of all these agencies make it come together. And the importance of the social side of things. Like I knew it before, I have my social determinants of health wheel. I keep it pasted on my desk, but I never really knew it until I lived it a year ago, and how important it is to support people socially, whether it's housing, clothing, food, before you speak about their health. And without these partner organizations, we just couldn't do it. And then from there, so lucky to have the health partners as well. I'll give you an example. When the fire happened in Hanover, I was starting to get phone calls about 4 a.m. Before 7 that morning, we had Colleen from O'Share coming down with food and coffee, and we had the church open. We had mental health counselors coming. Even the director was on the way. Community paramedics. We had a nurse practitioner arriving at 9, and then housing, social services, United Way, Salvation Army. By 9 o'clock, we were like a humming shelter. And where else do you get that? Like, I think we should be pretty proud of that as a county, and all the partner agencies working together. It was pretty remarkable to see. And again, I can't say enough about the partners. And I like this picture because it just shows, how paramedicine, we're just one cog in the wheel, one piece of the pie, and how we can all work together. So we have a social navigator, mental health counselor, a nurse practitioner, and a paramedic all working out of an ambulance. And 10 years ago, you probably never see that. And now when you look at integration and where we're going, that is the key, whether we're looking after people in the community with mental health and addictions, or we're looking after palliative care or frail elderly. It's all about partnerships. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that report. And coming from Hanover, I got to tell you, we're so appreciative of our paramedics and of the work of the support outreach services. twice now, and quite the relationship that's been built there. And we know that these can be clientele that are difficult to form relationships with, but you folks have been with them for a while now, and you've got that relationship and those bonds where there's an element of trust there, and that really helps. So thank you very much. Councillor Thomas.
I don't have a question, but a comment. I would just like to say to council, there's probably not a program the county offers that has the impact that this program has. Living in the Owen Sound Farmers Market, I'm in a unique position to observe the clinic every second Wednesday. And a lot of the people that come to the clinic, I see on a regular basis in and around the downtown streets in Owen Sound. And this program is reaching these people, and it is making such an impact. This is money well spent. We could spend probably twice as much. We could probably spend 10 times as much and still have need out there in the community. So I would be happy to move the recommendation, Mr. Warden. And I just can't say enough about the job you folks are doing with that clinic.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Thomas. It's already been moved and seconded. Yeah, I'll go to Councillor Patterson first. I'll go to you next, Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Warden Hicks. I would just like to say thank you to Kevin and his team for being the leaders with this partnership. Not only do the individuals benefit, but so does our hospital and our police service and the overall community. And Kevin only hinted a bit, but he was the one that made the phone call that got the church open. I don't think I could even make that phone call and get the church open, but he has such a connection with that group that, like he said, the coffee was on and the volunteers were in there working and pleased to be called to help. So thank you, Kevin. It really assisted with what we're calling the Hanover Fire. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. And Kevin, I've heard on Tuesday, the Mental Health Task Force received, we had about an hour and a half delegation from both Kevin and other members of the community partners on the work that they're doing. And I heard about SOS, I think back in March, through a drug and alcohol addictions task force. And I was impressed from the very first time I heard about it. And I've been more and more impressed every time I hear more. So I just want to thank you for your passion towards our most vulnerable in our community, Kevin. This work is invaluable to the citizens that need it. And we're making a difference. You're making a difference. Our community partners are making a difference. So I certainly support it. I don't know what we need to do going forward to try and prove to the province that this program needs to continue, but I think we need to put our backs behind that to do everything we can to keep this continuing. So thanks again.
You're gonna have to push your button.
Sorry, that's what makes it so easy is the passion of the people. Like when it first started, I said, well, I'm probably the first person to run the Zoom meeting. So I'm not sure because Zoom was so new. And I said, let's get together on Zoom. And but yeah, there's so many people that are involved and take leadership roles. It's just it's
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just with regard to the funding, you'll recall that we all received the cannabis implementation funding back in 2018. So the county has been maintaining those funds in a reserve since that time. The extension of paramedic services is an allowable expense under that program. And so as staff, we couldn't think of a better use for these funds. Asking for the funding to support this program to be extended beyond March 31st, 2023 is part of the delegation request that was made to the Ministry of Health this week. So hopefully we'll all gather together at AMO and be able to impress upon the province how important that is. The only other point I'd like to make is the social services relief funding that the county received as a result of COVID has been a significant part of what's allowed these community partners to be available and to support us as they do. And that SSRF funding is finished as of December 31st this year. I think there may be other people around the AMO table who share our concern that SSRF has been a wonderful support to those really important community agencies. And it might be useful for the province to consider extension of that resource as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Swever.
Yes, I want to thank Kevin for his report, and this is certainly an excellent program. There is a need to reach out to people where they are, because with the transportation services we have in Grey Bruce, they're not likely to be able to come to us. So this is a great program, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you very much. I do not see any other hands. So with that said, it's time to call the question on the motion to receive your report, Kevin, to continue the work of the street outreach services and to support it to the tune of $140,000 from the cannabis legalization implementation funding, and further to make a request of the province for continued funding support. All those in favor? Is there anyone opposed? It's carried unanimously. Well done. Okay, we are next on to item 5B, which is the fleet report that puts Pat, Linda, and Jim, or one or all, I don't know, on deck. Okay, I've got Jim. Just one quick second. I'm going to put the item on the floor and then turn things over to you, sir. Moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Deputy Warden McQueen. Okay, sir, you have the floor.
There we go. Good morning, Warden Hicks and Grey County Council. I'm here today to request report TRCW 2122 on the fleet review and green fleet strategy be received, and to request funding to issue an RFP to complete a feasibility study, review electrical upgrades to accommodate conversion to battery electric vehicles. I think Linda Swanson is with us today. Back there, okay, so she's here to answer any and all questions. Grey County Fleet Services maintains the county fleet of 109 vehicles, including half tons, vans, ambulances, backhoes, and tandem trucks. As well, we maintain 6 vehicles for Grey Bruce Health Services, and we also repair and service Town of Blue Mountains Fire Department vehicles. Fleet Challenge was retained in the fall of 2021 to review different aspects of fleet management and to give recommendations and as well on the green fleet, reading of the fleet. The report is somewhat overwhelming at 276 pages. I present to you today what Fleet Challenge has observed and recommended. So review of current best practices. Fleet Challenge is recommending Grey County have a comprehensive fleet management information system, which is key to ensuring vehicle maintenance. Ensuring vehicle maintenance is done at the proper time, as well as making it easier to schedule when routine vehicle maintenance should take place. Transportation services and IT staff are working to adapt City Works to a fleet management information system. However, purchasing a fleet management system to help with inventory may be the best solution. Our fleet supervisor is investigating various fleet management information systems. Review of staff complement and mechanics bays. Fleet Challenge reviewed the staffing and determined that 1 additional mechanic should be hired. Also, they suggested up to 2 additional mechanics bays. When the new depot at Patrol D is constructed, 1 mechanic bay will be added. The request for an extra mechanic will be included in a future report on the review of transportation field staff. We will be including the purchase of the set of vehicle lifts in the 2023 fleet budget to be used at Ayton and will be transferred to the new depot when it's completed. The review of charge out rates. The review of the charge out rates for internal repairs determined the need for a fleet management information system capable of tracking all costs and enable the expansion of current chargeback system. Keeping track of every cost to charge an internal stakeholder takes a lot of time. To make it less time consuming for staff, we will investigate fleet services owning the equipment and charge a monthly, yearly internal rate for each piece of equipment. Optimal life cycles. Fleet Challenge suggested increasing the life cycles for half tons by 2 years and tandems by 1 year. As mentioned in the report, Grey County is large geographically and kilometers are higher on our half tons than our peers after 7 years. We like to keep the turnover for half tons at 7 years to get a decent residual value. However, we understand the life cycle to match the availability of electric half tons going forward. Tandem replacements are based on the condition of the truck at 10-year mark. For replacement 12 years. When electric tandems are available for snow plowing, equipment replacement schedule will be reviewed. Fuel alternatives, they touched on this briefly. Fleet Challenge recommendation to implement the use of alternative fuels such as biodiesel, natural gas, or E85 flex fuel. This is expensive to implement, requiring extra fuel tanks or infrastructure at the yards. Biodiesel requires a heated tank to prevent it from gelling, and plow trucks could not be parked outside. There are no local storage facilities for biodiesel or E85 fuel, and would require fuel being brought directly from the terminal when required. Flex fuel is expensive and doesn't have the same range as regular gasoline. In discussion with Fleet Challenge, Grey County would prefer to allocate funds the conversion of battery electric vehicles rather than an interim step of fuel conversion. Purchasing versus leasing. Fleet Challenge determined through their analysis it's cheaper for Grey County to purchase vehicles than to lease. And on to the final one is greening of the fleet. Internal combustion engines will not be available to purchase after 2035. Grey County has issued a request for information for 2 battery electric vehicles to be purchased next year. Currently, there are no battery electric tandems being manufactured to have the range required for snow plowing. Fleet Challenge recommended a cautious approach to greening the fleet. Full implementation should be carried out over the next 10 to 15 years. The first step is completing a feasibility study to review each facility to determine what is required to convert to battery electric vehicles. This would be an extensive study addressing all vehicle locations within Grey County. Our transportation depots, the administration building in Owen Sound, and the ambulance bases. We'll be focusing on providing analysis of the charging stations for Grey County fleet and not focus on the public charging station programs. The RFP would be issued shortly. Grey County will continue to reach out to other municipalities, including lower tier buying groups, to get their input and perspective on conversion of battery electric vehicles. Grey County staff will continue to investigate federal or provincial grants to assist with installation of infrastructure for battery electric vehicles. In conclusion, Grey County is at the beginning of the journey to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the greening of the fleet. And the first step is to undertake a feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from staff? Councillor Robinson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And I was very excited about this reporting in the connection with transportation, but also climate action. And I know as we're moving towards reducing our GHGs, this is obviously a report, should it be approved by council, that's going to contribute to Grey County achieving our goals with regard to climate action. I was just wondering, is there a way that we would be able to capture that data so that should this be approved, is there some sort of metrics that will identify the reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions? And also, is there a tie-in with respect to asset management, that plan, that wonderful plan that was just submitted ahead of the deadline? So that's a two-parter: climate action and also asset management. Thank you very much.
So I'll defer the asset management question to another speaker, but through the chair, in terms of capturing the greenhouse gas emission reduction, part of the reporting of going green and gray is to conduct an annual counting of the emissions from our corporate assets. And so certainly the emissions associated with operating our fleet are within that. And so what we would see is as we transition to battery electric, our fleet related corporate emissions will decrease.
Yeah, I think all I would say about the asset management plan, I mean, this is very early days. There's a lot of costs in here that aren't really pinned down yet. And the costs are quite variable. We've been looking into getting electric vehicles. They're hard to get right now because everybody's kind of jumping on the bandwagon, especially with the price of gas and everyone's desire to reduce our gases. So as the asset management plan keeps going forward, these are things we're all going to keep bringing in if they're not already accounted for. So it's kind of a living document thing that we're trying to, keep this going with our transition to electric fleet.
And I would just add that the extensions, the life extensions that were suggested in the report, I think are also helpful if we can extend the life of a vehicle or a class of vehicles, then that lowers our, total cost of ownership overall.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I see the tie into both. Really impressed with the report, and thank you to staff for bringing this forward. And I would encourage my colleagues to support the recommendations at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Anyone else? Councillor Soever.
Yes, and thank you for this report. It's very good, and certainly there are a lot of options, and the technology is changing very rapidly as we speak. So we're getting extended, range for vehicles, and also different technologies are coming into effect, like hydrogen. I know Mayor Body always talks about that. So my question is, should we not in our feasibility study look at the option of leasing if there is one, but because the technology is changing so fast, if we buy something, maybe in 3 years' time, there's something much better and cheaper coming out, and might we not look at, what are the changing technologies that are on the horizon and how might they impact our strategy? Because in something that's changing this quickly, I know in the mining space, nobody thought of electric vehicles underground a few years ago, and now they're being implemented, and there's a huge change in a lot of things, and people that bought whole fleets of diesel powered vehicles are now going, oh, I wish we didn't buy those, because if we had them on a lease basis, we'd be able to just terminate the lease and switch over. So I'm just wondering whether we maybe should include that in our feasibility study, is the consideration of alternative technologies and what impact they might have on our strategy.
Sorry, yeah, through you, Warden Hicks. We put out an RFI for electric vehicles for half tons, but I think it's a broader range. We can look at other vehicles as well, like I don't think hybrids, but so I hope, yeah, I agree. We should be looking at all options to get to where we want to go.
Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Certainly appreciate the report. I am glad the Transportation Services is taking a cautious approach, and that, whatever is planned is going to be doable. You mentioned in the report about 2035 and the transition away from, all gas and diesel motors at that time. I guess my question is, will our electrical grid sustain that? Do we have the power? In 2035, I've read a report where we would need across the country 10 new nuclear plants and 100 hydroelectric plants. I don't know if that's accurate, but if it's anywhere close, then we've got a lot of building to do to get ready for our electrical grid. So anyways, thank you.
I can try and take a stab, and Linda might be able to provide some further information as well. Yeah, I know the province and Hydro One and other authorities are looking at this. We need their support in order to look at any overall grid improvements to in our case, the Ontario grid, to be able to move forward with where this is going. We've heard from auto manufacturers that they're going to be only providing EV vehicles by certain years. So we know this is what's happening. And in order to support us all going into this direction of looking at alternative fuel vehicles, we need the grid to support that. So I know it's actively being looked at, and we're going to need those strong partners at provincial level and through OPG and Hydro One and others to be able to move forward with upgrades to the overall grid in order to be able to support where we're going. So it's going to be done. We anticipate it's going to be done in tandem as we all collectively move forward to switching to EVs, that the grid upgrades are going to be there to support it. And so that's something that we'll have to be cautiously moving forward and looking at making sure that those upgrades are occurring. And that may be something as future delegations to AMO and others to make sure that that's going to be something that's there when we are utilizing these technologies in order to support our future fleet and future upgrades collectively as a community.
Okay. For those who didn't hear, he said he appreciates the optimism. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, then I'll call the question on the motion before us to proceed with an RPF for a feasibility study of electric upgrades to accommodate conversion to battery electric vehicles, and that the funding for that feasibility study either come from surplus within the transportation services budget or from the general reserves in transportation. All those in favor? Is there anyone opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Where are we at? Is it one? Okay, just your brief indulgence. Okay, we'll proceed on. We're going to deal with item 5C, which puts Liz or Scott on deck. We're dealing with the affordable housing planning tools. I need a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor. Moved by Councillor Carlton, seconded by Councillor Burley. And Scott, you have the floor, sir.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Warden Hicks and members of Committee of the Whole. We find ourselves in a familiar position again with the planners reporting right before lunch, but I will try to keep this concise, although it is a very important topic and one we've had lots of discussions on. So just for committee's benefit, I'd like to first acknowledge all the people that contributed to this report. So Liz Buckton played a heavy role in this report. She's unable to join us today, but I'd like to acknowledge her role, as well as Michael Letourneau, Kim Wingrove, and Randy Schertzer all had direct oversight into this report. And I think based on all the input into the report, it is a better report, and like to acknowledge that input. So this report is coming to you based on some recent discussions we've had both at this table and discussions we've seen with the development community and across the broader public community. So we wanted to provide council with a few things. We wanted to give them a bit of an oversight of some of the tools that we believe as staff we have available to us under the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, and our own official plans. We also wanted to provide a summary of the wonderful leadership shown by both County Council and our member municipal councils to date. I think sometimes we can get mired a bit in the day-to-day, and it's only through looking back and particularly on this term of council, to see all the action that's been made on this portfolio. So kudos again to councils at both levels. And then we also wanted to provide an update on the Abbott's decision, which was recently received by the Ontario Land Tribunal, as well as a recommendation for some further advocacy to senior levels of government with respect to some additional tools that might help empower additional actions in this regard from the county and our member municipalities. So first off, with respect to some of the tools we have available to us, first and foremost, as planners, we take our direction from the Planning Act. That's the primary piece of legislation that we work under. And in some of the recent discussions with council, there have been some discussions about specific sections of the Planning Act, and the first being section 51 sub 24. Maybe Tara, sorry, if we could just take down that presentation. That's actually meant for the Affordable Housing Task Force tomorrow. So many discussions on housing. It's all good stuff though. My apologies for the confusion there. So yeah, with respect to the section 5124 of the Planning Act, this is a section that directs staff and approval authorities to look at certain criteria before considering a plan of subdivision or a plan of condominium. There's a specific subsection there which speaks to if any affordable housing units are being proposed, that they consider the suitability of the proposed units for affordable housing. So in staff's interpretation of this piece of the legislation, this still is discretionary. Although we know that the province, through the Planning Act and through the direction in the provincial policy statement, is highlighting the importance and need for affordable housing across our communities. They haven't gone so far yet as to suggest that we need to be implementing affordable housing into all of our developments. So it is discretionary in that regard. There's further tools in the Planning Act at 51 sub 25 that allow approval authorities to impose conditions on plans of subdivision and condominium. And this table will be very familiar with those conditions, because every time we see a draft approval of a development, there's anywhere from about 25 to maybe 50 conditions imposed. And a lot of them are standard things in terms of street naming and parkland dedication and finalization of the engineering. Staff do not believe we have the ability at this stage to impose direct conditions mandating affordable housing in this regard. There's some comments that have been made by staff, but also some comments that you'll see in the Ontario Land Tribunal decision, which speak to making sure these conditions imposed are equitable. Furthermore, we see difficulty in implementing a condition to mandate affordable housing in this regard with respect to carrying it through beyond just the first owner. And so just to summarize that, the challenge with respect to affordable housing is if we can create the unit at an affordable price and the unit is sold or rented at an affordable price, how are we going to ensure that that unit stays affordable for a certain period of time, or ideally even through the lifetime of the unit? And if the unit is sold by a private developer to a private landowner, it could be that first landowner is getting a good price, but they may choose to sell it in a few years' time, and it may be out of the affordable range at that point. With respect to other tools that do exist that we see a lot of potential for under the Planning Act, there's three key tools that we've summarized. One is the use of community benefits charges. And while I say we see potential in this, we think that community benefits charges might be a tool that's better suited to some larger communities across the province and might not be as viable in the Grey County framework. Community benefits charges have replaced the former legal bonusing provisions for added density and height. And community benefits charges work more like a development charge in that regard. But based on some of the limitations the province has imposed on community benefits charges, they're less likely to be used here. And so some of those limitations have been highlighted in the report, including they can only apply to a development of a building or structure with 5 or more stories in height. Obviously, we don't see a lot of 5 or 6 or 7 story buildings across the county. And they also speak to a development of a proposed building or structure with 10 or more residential units. That's something we definitely do see, and we are seeing with increasing regularity in terms of both apartment and condo buildings. But the height is one that's challenging. The other thing I'd point out with respect to community benefit charges, or CBCs as they're called, is that they are only available to local or single tier municipalities. So the county wouldn't have the ability to impose such a charge, but we could look to assist municipalities if they were looking to go down that road. One of the other tools that we saw great potential for with respect to the Planning Act was when the province introduced the ability for inclusionary zoning. Some of the more seasoned members around this table might remember that numerous times the county advocated to the province that, hey, we need inclusionary zoning, we need inclusionary zoning. And finally, it was included in the Planning Act. And just to give an understanding of what inclusionary zoning is, it allows a municipality where they have policies in their official plan where they've completed what's called an assessment report to mandate X percentage of affordable housing in certain areas. So it might be that there's some areas in your municipality, particularly in your service settlement areas, maybe close to your downtown or in certain residential areas, that you would mandate, we want 20% or 30% of the units in these areas per development to be affordable. Now, just almost as soon as the province introduced inclusionary zoning, they made further changes through a past piece of legislation called Bill 108 that pulled back on some of the availability of those tools to only allow inclusionary zoning in prescribed areas or where it was in a protected major transit station area. So that doesn't apply in gray. That would be your higher order transit, like a GO station or something of that ilk. Or where a municipality has a development permit system in place. And for those that might be unfamiliar, a development permit system would replace your current zoning bylaw and site plan process and allow for a single development permit to be issued for development. And so the need to have that development permit system has been a major barrier to municipalities, certainly in this area and outside of those protected major transit station areas, to utilize the tools under inclusionary zoning. So one of the recommendations of this report that we'll get to later on is to advocate to the province that we consider opening up inclusionary zoning to be able to be used by a wider range of municipalities, including our member municipalities in gray. And finally, the third tool we'd highlight is with respect to community improvement plans. And these are plans that you're well familiar with, because 7 of the 9 municipalities in gray have a community improvement plan in place, and the other 2 are working on it. And this closely follows the county's community improvement plan template, which was established a few years ago, and funding from the county to further look at incenting affordable housing and other important community objectives in that regard. With respect to some of the more traditional planning tools we see, of course, there's always our official plans and zoning bylaws that can do things like permit a wide range of densities. They can pre-zone land such that if a developer wanted to come in and build housing, they wouldn't need a zoning amendment. And they can also include things like additional residential units or sort of secondary apartments, whether in the main dwelling itself or in an accessory building. Another tool the province has just recently opened up through Bill 109 is their accelerator tool. And this is something staff are certainly looking into further. With respect to the provincial policy statement, there's some very directive wording in the provincial policy statement to define what affordable housing is at a ownership and rental level, as well as noting that planning authorities shall provide for an appropriate range and mix of housing options. It goes on to speak about establishing targets, and not just establishing targets, but implementing those targets as well. And that's a key distinction there. And certainly the county has established targets, but it's the implementation that remains a challenge given our current tools. And I will say, with respect to the province's definition of affordable, which is carried forward in our own county official plan, it is very tough for private developers to meet that threshold, given the current land prices and building supply costs and approvals processes. We don't see a lot of private market development coming in at that threshold. We do see some development coming in with attainable housing, which maybe isn't as strict a bar to meet, but the affordable is met more often by the not-for-profits and or our own county housing in that regard. And then finally, with respect to the tools we have locally in terms of our own county official plan, as I noted, we do have a target in there of 30% of new housing units to be affordable. It's noteworthy that in section 4.2 sub F of the county plan, where we establish this target, we also use the words would like to achieve a minimum target. And that wording was carefully chosen because it was felt that we didn't have the strong authority to say we shall achieve, because we didn't have the tools like inclusionary zoning to really make that a must rather than a nice to have. And certainly if we did have those tools, we'd love to be able to strengthen that wording and go into discussions with developers with a little stronger foothold in that regard. I will say there's a number of positive things in the county official plan, both in the current official plan and being proposed through official plan amendment number 11 with respect to things like the density, with respect to things like tiny homes, additional residential units. So there is some headway being made there, but again, the implementation of the strong 30% target is a challenge. And then next, with respect to the recently received Abbott's Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, the tribunal did support the development and approve the development. The tribunal, however, did not support the town's request for the affordable units in that regard. And there's some interesting wording in their decision. First and foremost, they note that they find the town's request to be both heartfelt and sincere. However, it's not reasonable, it's not relevant or equitable in the case of the proposed development. So the Ontario Land Tribunal goes on to list some of the tools that might be available, including some of the policy options, similar to what I've just outlined to you earlier in this report. And they also note the importance of updating our official plans in that regard. They do note that any such request has to be equitable and reasonable in the context of how we're applying it. And they further note that in this case, previous applicants in the town were not made to provide this 30%. And so while this particular tool perhaps wasn't successful, county staff really want to work with our member municipalities and also senior levels of government to explore all options we can, because we know that across the county we need more affordable housing. And Councillor Soever shared some wonderful news this morning in our Good News and Celebration section to say that there have been recent discussions with developers on maybe what we'll call the voluntary approaches with respect to affordable housing. And so that's great to see that leadership at the town level, and we're seeing it right across the county in terms of all of our other municipalities as well. And certainly as staff, we still want to work with developers in that regard and identify very early on, even at the pre-submission consultation process, that affordable housing is a strong desire across the community, both at the council level, who have shown leadership, and at the municipal level in that regard. I will say that we do know that there have been a number of developers that have been keenly watching the Abbott's case to see what kind of direction it would provide for their future applications. And then finally, and I'll wrap up here very shortly, I did want to highlight some of the leadership, particularly that the county has shown on affordable housing, because as I said, it's easy to get caught in the day-to-day and forget the things that have happened even a year ago or 2 years ago. And so council will recall in March of 2020, we had the first meeting of the County Affordable Housing Task Force. And this was perhaps one of the last meetings we had in person before we all went online in that regard. And there have been a number of meetings since then. And I'm sure those that sit on the task force or those that have watched the videos or read the minutes will agree that it's been an eye-opening experience. There's been a number of wonderful reports presented there. And furthermore, beyond just the reports and the talking, there's been a number of action items that have come out of there, including the creation of a housing action plan, including council showing leadership by setting aside 1% of the levy for an affordable housing fund. There's further work being done with respect to looking at surplus county and municipal lands for the purposes of affordable housing. I've already mentioned the community improvement plan template program. There's been exemptions for purpose-built rental units on development charges, as well as for not-for-profit units or units that are funded through the community improvement plans. As I said, there's been planning policy updates, and it should be clear that these aren't just at the county level. A number of municipalities have taken action in their official plans and zoning bylaws in that regard. There's also been comments from the county on the Bill 109 legislation, and one of the things in those comments is to again further empower municipalities and counties with additional tools in that regard. And then finally, there's been the recent supportive housing development in Owen Sound. So that's sort of a summary of the highlights of the report. We are recommending that the report be received. We're recommending that we share this report with our member municipalities for information purposes. And we're recommending that this report could provide some of the background information that we use to inform the delegation request to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing as part of the coming AMO conference here later this year. So that's all I have at this stage, but certainly be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Scott. Council, are there any questions? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Thanks very much, Scott. And I really like the suit. We just need a disco ball hanging above you. No, seriously, a lot of really good information. I'm just wondering about in the definition of affordable, you know, it talks about 10% less than the market average or 30% of the gross annual household income. So I guess in particular, the 30% of the gross annual income when houses are averaging 700,000 up here. So if you take 10% and knock it off, it's still not really affordable. It's 630,000. The 30%, what would a person or a family household need to be making to be able to afford, from the affordability definition, to afford a house in Grey County? Any idea?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for that question, Councillor Mackey. So just to clarify, that affordable test, whether it be ownership or whether it be rental, is a twofold test. And what it's meant to set out is that you would run both scenarios essentially. So you would look at both the 30%, and one of the key caveats to the 30% is it's 30% of gross annual household income for low and moderate income households. So to be, somewhat blunt there, the households that are making $2 million a year in household income aren't included in that calculation. And so then you take the lower value of the 30% and or the 10%, whichever one comes to the lower number there. I don't have a specific figure for you in terms of what that household income is. It's something that we're working with our planning data analysis coordinator on, in terms of looking at some of the most recent data sets on the 2021 census to really look at, for each of our 9 member municipalities, what that number is. And then we've also been working with staff in our housing department or our community services department with respect to the thresholds and the numbers they use. I know in recent discussions with the housing department, they had 2021 numbers from the province. They hadn't yet received the 2022 numbers, and they were suggesting that for some of their programming, the affordable range for a unit was right around $300,000 for a unit. And that's not to say that necessarily has to be a single detached dwelling. That could be, a semi-detached or a townhouse or even a condo unit. But we know that $300,000 is a lot less than what we're seeing many units go for on the open market in that regard.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Scott, for that report. I've had a chance to review the report, and I did discuss it with our legal counsel as well. I think it's a great report, and I'm glad we're starting with this discussion into what are the tools. In the beginning of the report, where it refers to only section D1 of the Planning Act, I would point out that our case also mentioned section 24A, which is the effective development on the proposed subdivision on matters of provincial interest, which affordable housing is one of those. And also whether the plan confirms to the official plan. We take a rather more positive view on our official plan in terms of what the abilities are in our official plan. to ask a developer with regard to attainable housing. In fact, there's a number of areas in our official plan that are quite strong, but I don't see that we've used, but maybe you know more than I do because you deal with the applications. So under 4.1, the under residential intensification, it says we will ask developers to consider the checklist of the healthy development checklist, which includes including a variety of affordable housing options for low income households. And so it says that we provide them with that developer with that checklist, and then we ask developers to consider the checklist as part of the application process, and county's planning staff will review the information provided and recommend changes. Also under 913 plans of subdivision, it says in any new applications for a plan of subdivision or plan of condominium submitted to the county for approval, the proponent will need to consider and be prepared to justify the following. And one of the items in the long list, so I won't read the whole list, is the provision of attainable housing. So we can ask them to consider it. And then when it comes to 917, which is complete application, that even on our application form on page 7, it says estimated selling retail price of units if known. So I'm just wondering, how often we do that. And furthermore, when we get to what is a complete application, under there it says it's supposed to include information as required in Ontario Regulation 54406 or any future successor to this regulation. And Schedule 1 of 54406 includes an explanation of how the plan is consistent with policy statements issued under subsection 3.1 of the Act, which includes the provincial policy statement. So we're taking the view that there are a number of tools that already exist. And we also, under 9.4 of the plan, we have a section which is monitoring of the plan. And it says we will collect data which talks about the range and market value of housing types, including the percent affordable housing measured in relation to the benchmark set out in section 4.1 of this plan to be done on an annual basis. So I know there's quite a list there, but are we doing all of this? Because I don't see that we're doing all of this. And, I just like to know if, there are tools that maybe we could use and we're not using. And then Mr. Warden, if you'll allow him to answer before I get on to what we are going to be appealing the case. And I'd just like to speak a bit about that.
Thank you, sir. So Scott, I don't know if this is all yours or if Mr. Letourneau will be weighing in, but I'll let you begin.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you, and thank you, Councillor Soever, for your comments and for your review of some of the Planning Act tools as well as our official plan tools. So to maybe answer the end of your question first, no, we're not doing all that. More specifically, what we haven't been able to keep up with since Recolor Gray was passed in June of 2019 is the annual monitoring, and that's definitely what we're trying to get a handle on now. And again, in working with our data folks, they see that 2021 census as a key data point, but they also want to look to help us set up a model going forward on how we could better monitor and track some of these numbers, ideally in-house without needing a consultant. With respect to some of the other tools you've mentioned, specifically in the county official plan, those are discussions we're having with developers, and a lot of the wording is around, shall consider and everything else, and so quite often, a developer knocks on the proverbial door, so to speak, and says, hey, listen, I'd like to buy this land and I'd like to install a residential development kind of thing. The first questions, whether it be county staff or whether it be municipal staff, would be, okay, what are you looking at? What forms of housing are you looking at? And I would say 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when we had those discussions, 99% of the time, it would be, we're looking at single detached dwellings. And even back then we were saying, hey, there's other forms too. There's apartment buildings, there's semis, there's towns and everything else. And, quite often, again, 10, 12 years ago, the answer was, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. And so that's one of the reasons through Recolor Gray, we did try to institute some stronger policies to require a wider range of housing. And I think the development community has come around on that. And in those conversations, we're seeing a lot of, listen, we're happy to do towns, we're happy to do semis. We've seen some developments with apartment buildings as well. But when we raise the affordable piece, a lot of it comes back to, okay, well, listen, if we're going to even consider that, what money does the county or other levels of government have on the table to assist us with that? If there's little monies available, then they simply say, listen, we can't do it. It doesn't fit within our pro forma. The other challenge there, and just for council's consideration, so when council as a body is approving a draft plan of subdivision, what you're approving in that regard is essentially the layout of the subdivision, the lot lines. So we have an idea at that point of whether there's going to be singles, semis, towns, apartment blocks, where the roads are going to be and everything else. But we don't necessarily have any idea, even if they've specified in their application forms and or their justification reports, what those units are going to ultimately sell for. And there's generally the assumption that if we're building townhouses, then for the most part, those are likely going to be more affordable than the single detached dwellings. But there's certainly no guarantee of that. And the other challenge there, and it's come up a number of times, is when that approval is given, to the land, so to speak. And at any point, the land ownership could change. So developer A goes through the application process, says, this is what we're going to do. We're going to build some townhouses, we're going to build some semis and everything else. Then upon draft approval, they sell the land. And if they sell the land to developer B, and developer B is offering a more high-end product and chooses to install, high-end fixtures in all their homes, then what was otherwise maybe going to be affordable or even attainable could not be. And that's the challenge right now, is those implementation tools. Even if we've got a well-meaning developer on the line to say, listen, we're looking to do this, how do we ensure that happens? And we work with a great development community, and we do take them at their word on many cases, but we have to be cognizant that these land ownerships can change, and so too can the intentions of the developers in that regard. So one of the things coming out of this report in terms of sharing with the member municipalities is to start to discuss both with planning staff to planning staff, and if we need to involve our legal resources as well, is to really look at all the tools in the legislation and in our planning policies and our zoning bylaws to understand what we feel we have a strong foothold on and what we don't. And then, as I said, to advocate for more of those tools. So I apologize, that was a bit of a long-winded answer, but happy to address any more questions if there are any.
Madam CEO.
Unrelated to the excellent points that Scott just made, but I think important context for council to have is just how quickly the ground is shifting under all of our feet when it comes to interest rates and the cost of developing these projects. While we were discussing here, I ran the numbers from the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada around mortgage affordability. And right now, the rules with the mortgage stress test are the bank must use the higher interest rate of either 5.25% or the interest rate you negotiate with your lender plus 2%. The best 5-year rate in the Globe and Mail today is 4.69. So that is about 6.69 that you'd be getting at a stress test. The median household income in Grey County, and this was from the last census, was about 65 and change. If you think somebody's making $19 an hour, they're bringing in about $35,000 a year. So if you're a couple, you're around 70. So if we run a gross household income at $66,000 a year, at that 5.25, that you can't probably qualify at anymore, the bank would give you $240,000, assuming that you had $50,000 down. Not sure. That's a high hill to climb for folks. Where we are today, that affordability has eroded to $200,000 that the bank would allow you. And that's with a $350 car payment per month. And again, I'm not sure what vehicle you would be able to get that would provide a $350 a month car payment. So this is a situation that, despite all of our efforts, is on a trajectory that's very, very difficult for people. So I just wanted to bring that to the table as well.
Thank you. Those are sobering numbers. Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. And, Scott and Kim both raised very good points. And that is really to address some clarity around the wording and the implementation. Differences in wording and implementation is really why we're challenging this, and we are going to be appealing the Land Tribunal's decision. We will be issuing a notice of appeal. Hopefully it'll get resolved upon review at the Land Tribunal, and we don't have to then pull the trigger on the notice of appeal to divisional. But certainly within the ruling, there are a couple of paragraphs that weren't in the staff report. And one being particularly important is that the member judging our case did not appear to apprehend or understand actually what we were arguing. And I don't know why that is, because I thought it was quite clear in that we were arguing that section 5124 does provide the tools in the Planning Act, as does the provincial policy statement, which says establish and implement. Why would the provincial policy statement have the word implement if the government hasn't given any powers for people to implement? I mean, you can't have a policy statement that says implement when there's no way to implement. So we maintain that in the official plan, there are tools to implement. And but with regard to the ruling, in paragraph 139, it said that all parties agreed that the proposed development had regard to matters of provincial interest and conformed to both county and town official plans. And we did not agree, as the tribunal stated here, that it did have regard to matters of provincial interest or conform to the plans. Also, I'd like to direct the council's attention to paragraph 153, where it says, counsel for the appellant provide the tribunal of a copy of an email sent from Mr. Treslin's office. Mr. Treslin is the outside counsel for the county, as he was unable to attend closing arguments. And so the email was read into the record as follows. And it says, Mr. Treslin, solicitor for the County of Grey, regrets that his trial is currently ongoing, that he is unable to make final submissions on the issue of the request by the town for the conditions relating to affordable housing. This is a request of concern to the county. Mr. Treslin has reviewed my submissions relating to the issue and adopts them as his own on behalf of the county. Absent inclusionary zoning powers or legal bonusing, the county submits it has no legal authority to impose a condition requiring the dedication of affordable housing by a private developer in any manner, nor were they asked to in this instance. The county further submits.
Well, I've got to stop you for a second. There is a point of order by Councillor Woodbury.
We're discussing the report and some of the things from the report that have been quoted here. I don't believe that we're discussing the award of the Ontario Land Tribunal. And since it's already been declared that there's an appeal, which would be a legal process, I wonder about the whether this is the appropriate place to be, if there is a question, to be asking our staff without, in open session, without having written things in front for this. I appreciate the information that's being shared, but I'm just not sure if we're into a realm that we shouldn't be when we're discussing with this report. And you know, if it's under appeal, then possibly in the future we shouldn't be relying on this until the appeal, any of its information until the appeal has been heard.
Thank you, Councillor Woodbury. I'm sympathetic to your comments, but I'm going to rule that the point of order is not valid in the sense that the report, the staff report does report about the tribunal's decision. I think it's proper that Councillor Soever comment about that, given that it's in the report. However, Councillor Soever, I would ask you to keep your comments on that brief, because you have indicated that it's a point of appeal, and I think the appropriate place for the sort of weeds, getting into the weeds about the arguments about your appeal, are probably someplace else.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I understand that the appeal may be filed on tomorrow, but it's not under appeal just now. But yeah, with regard to that, I just wanted council to know that the county further submits that this tribunal has no jurisdiction to impose such a condition. And it goes on to say, if such a condition were imposed, it would amount to expropriation without compensation. So my question to staff is, given that this is written in the first person, or it was conveyed by the proponent's lawyer, and it's written in as if it's his writing, is this an accurate reading of the county's position first? That's what I'd like to know. And you know, because it suggests that this is a reading from an email from Mr. Treslin, but it says Mr. Treslin has reviewed my submission. So if that's a quote from the email, it would appear that Mr. Burton actually wrote this. So is this in fact the proper reading? Do we have a copy of that email, and is this a proper representation of the email? And is this really the county's position?
I'm going to turn things over to our legal counsel, Mr. Letourneau.
Thank you, Warden, and good afternoon, County Council. Yes, that I don't have the decision in front of me, but what was reported in there was the text of an email that was read into the record at the tribunal by Mr. Alberton, acting as agent for Errol Treslin, who is the county's solicitor with respect to it. As it notes, Mr. Treslin was unavailable at the time the submissions were being made, and he sent that email to Mr. Burton, and he read it in. So it is an email from, it is a statement from Mr. Treslin accordingly.
So the issue that I'm extremely concerned about is that the county is taking the position that a planning condition, if imposed by the tribunal, and maybe the decision gets reversed on appeal, so this is still an item, is going to be expropriation. Because if I was a developer, I would say, okay, it's been imposed on me now that 6 units here have to be affordable. But the county has made an argument that this amounts to expropriation. So I'm going to be sending an invoice to the county. So that concern was expressed to me by our council, and I'm concerned about that. And in closing, I would like to say that all we're trying to do here is make sure that the language that you see in the Planning Act and the provincial policy statement, which says you shall set and implement and that council has and planning authorities have to have regard for the provision of affordable housing. Now we're hearing from the tribunal and county is taking a position on the side of the proponent that there are no tools. And I think even if we lose even on appeal, that's a win, because then we can go to the province and say, look, we're trying our best. We have no tools, but I hope we do try our best, because I think even in our current official plan, we can ask people to justify, we can ask them to give us price points, we can ask them to do that in their application and not consider their application complete unless they justify to us why they're not providing affordable housing. Maybe they do say it's not economically feasible and here's what it is. But until we have that discussion and ask them to at least live up to what's already in there, we can't say that we're doing everything that we can. And so I hope we start doing everything that we can. And we're going to keep pushing this, because there needs to be a clear decision as high as the court as possible that we either have the tools and tell us how we apply them, or tell us that we don't have the tools, in which case we can go to the province and say, look, we tried our best. There are no tools. We need the tools. Give us the tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sweber. I don't think there's a need for any response to that, but your point is well made. Okay, anyone else? Seeing no further hands, it's perhaps time to call the question on the motion before us, which is to receive this report and to share it with our member municipalities and to use the contents therein for our delegation at the with the Municipal Affairs and Housing Ministry at the upcoming AMO conference. Councillor Sweber, you have something else?
I'd like to move an amendment that we direct staff to rigorously apply all the affordable housing tools in the current county official plan, and that council directs staff to consider what additional tools we can incorporate into on official plan amendment 11.
Let's just take a second to capture that. Clerk. And I will need a seconder, frankly. On that motion to amend, seconded by Deputy Warden McQueen. We'll just take a second to get it up before you. So. Yeah, do you mind providing some clarification on, well, you probably can't see it, can you? No. Perhaps, Madam Clerk, you could read it.
So just looking for clarification that this is the intent that staff be directed to apply all the available tools in the official plan for affordable housing, and that staff be directed to consider additional tools that can be incorporated into official plan amendment 11.
Yes, I think that captures that.
Okay, so. Right, it's an amendment. So is there any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I'd just like to hear from our Director of Planning whether there's any unforeseen implications in supporting something like this that council may not be aware of.
Sure, through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for your question, Councillor Mackey. In this case, staff do apply the tools within our official plan. There can be some differing interpretations of those tools, but staff are happy to continue those discussions with developers and with the community about the tools. With respect to official plan amendment number 11, we have had a public meeting on that already. We are looking at some further changes to official plan amendment number 11. Depending on the extent of those changes, it could drive further public process or a further public meeting. But there are some changes we're already proposing that would look to further clarify some of the tools in that regard. So in this case, speaking on behalf of staff, we're happy to receive direction to continue looking for those tools and to continue to apply the official plan. But I would note that in some cases there can be differing interpretations of what the tools available are or what the policies of the official plan amendment say. And in some cases, as I said, there's the shall statements versus the would like to have statements. But we're happy to explore that further with our partners at municipalities and with council.
Thank you, Randy.
And I don't know if it's just maybe the wording of the motion, but just to clarify in terms of staff's role, I guess, in the process is no doubt County Council has approved the official plan. We apply those policies and tools for every development application that comes forward to us. But at the end of the day, it's council's making the decisions. It's approving those. We provide a staff report in terms of how, as staff, we feel those recommendations we're making to council conform to the official plan and the provincial policy statement and everything else. But at the end of the day, in terms of directing staff to apply all the available tools, we can apply them in terms of our discussions and conversations and through our review of those documents. But at the end of the day, we can't apply them as a result from an approval, because those, of course, rest with council.
Thank you. Councillor Mackey, anything further? Okay. Any other hands? I see. So, Councillor Woodbury.
So if I get this right, this appears to me to be a motion to tell staff to do what they're already doing and to consider it to incorporate into OPA, which is a process already in place. And I have a real hard time supporting a motion that doesn't necessarily change things from what we're doing. The wording of all tools then now would open up the debate of, do all tools get used at all the times and things like that. And from what I've heard, staff is doing this. And if we do this for planning, then I think we should be looking at doing this for every department, saying that they should follow the rules that are set out for them. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Councillor Soever.
Yes, and I'm sure that, staff do a good job on a lot of things, but in the reports that we received on plans of subdivisions, the words affordable and attainable often don't appear at all. Yet, as I pointed out earlier, that, there's a number of places here where the developer will need to consider and prepare to justify. Well, I'd like to know as a council member that the developer has justified. Also under 4.1, housing policy under residential intensification under section 7, it says that the strategic approach to intensification needs to retain small town character and revitalize downtown areas through, and number 7 says sharing the development checklist created in partnership with the Grey Bruce Health Unit and developers, etc. And one of the items in that checklist is the including a variety of affordable housing options. So, and then it says developers will be asked to consider the checklist as part of the application process. county planning staff will review the information provided and recommend any changes. So I haven't seen this in any of the reports that they've been shared this checklist, what their response was to the checklist, and then what the response of county planning staff was. So I'm not saying that, you know, there's anything wrong with what they're doing. Our planning staff probably, well, there's one of the reports that can be required in the Blue Mountains is an affordable housing report, but we haven't seen any of those. So it's just kind of, I guess, it's our oversight role to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And my motion is just really reminding that, you know, we should be following our own policies. And, you know, I think it is required because we haven't seen reference to affordable housing or attainable housing in plan of subdivision information reports.
Okay, thank you. I believe that we've had, who am I missing? Oh, Scott, my apologies.
So, sorry, Mr. Warden, I'll keep this brief through you. With respect to Councillor Soever's comments about the healthy development checklist, yes, we do regularly share this with developers. And the way it works is we would have a pre-submission consultation meeting with the developers. And quite often that would be a meeting between the member municipal staff and the county staff and sometimes any other agency staff like the Conservation Authority. And then coming out of that meeting, we would share direction with the developer. And usually that's in the form of a letter or an email where it's providing some feedback on the early concepts for the development and providing them some guidance on what they need to consider. And so that healthy development checklist is right on our county official plan our county website alongside our application forms and a number of other technical guides. So our direction to developers is that they consider these documents as they're undertaking the design of the subdivision and as they're undertaking the completion of their technical studies. And things like the healthy development checklist speak to, you know, connected roads and everything else. So it's quite common that we'll see a development proposal come in with a series of cul-de-sacs and we'll say, listen, we really don't love the cul-de-sacs. We prefer through roads. Can you go back for a redesign? So not all of that information, including some of the direction given on affordable housing, makes its way back to council in terms of, you know, trying to keep our reports somewhat brief. But that those are conversations that are happening, you know, right from the time the developer is looking to buy the land all the way through the development application process. And so I apologize for the confusion on this matter, and we can look at changes to our reports to further highlight some of this. But I assure you that those discussions are happening on a regular basis.
Thank you for that. Maybe it's just a function of that we don't see it in the reports, and the act does say that council has to consider it. So that's all I'm trying to get through this amendment.
So given what you've just said, is your motion still in order or?
Yeah.
It is, okay. Then it's perhaps time to call the question on the motion before us, the motion to amend. Everyone understands? We're voting on the motion to amend. All those in favor? Recorded vote. Okay, turn it over to Madam Clerk.
Councillor Mackey.
Can we start with West Gray?
In the order of roll. Councillor Gamble. Councillor Burley. Councillor Carlton. Councillor McQueen.
Support.
Sorry, could you repeat that? Support.
Support. Yeah.
Councillor Patterson. Councillor Clumpus. Sorry, Warden Hicks.
Nay. She's
I'll
repeating
continue
it.
from there. Counselor Clumpus. Counselor Clumpus is opposed. Counselor Keaveney.
Opposed.
Counselor Keaveney is opposed. Counselor Thomas. Counselor Thomas is opposed. Counselor O'Leary. Counselor O'Leary is opposed. Counselor Woodbury. Counselor Woodbury is opposed. Counselor Milne. Counselor Milne is opposed. Counselor Soever.
In favor.
Counselor Soever is in favor. Counselor Borning-Young.
In favor.
Counselor Borning-Young is in favor. Counselor Robinson.
Opposed.
Counselor Robinson is opposed. And Counselor Hutchinson, I confirm, has left the meeting. The motion is lost 62-18.
Great, there we go. Thank you. So, okay, now we're back on the main motion, right? Which was to receive the report, to share it with our member municipalities, and to have that, the contents of that report inform the delegation that we hope to make at AMO. So all those in favor? Is there anyone opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Scott. So we are now at 1:15. I'm going to suggest that we break for lunch and come back at 2 sharp. All right. We'll see you back at 2. good to go. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. Are we all together online as well? Welcome back. Okay, we are now dealing with item 5D, which is the Hutton OPA number 14. That puts Becky on deck, and I need a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor. Moved by Councillor Gamble. And whose hand did I say? Seconded by Councillor Milne. Becky, you have the floor.
So just very briefly, Warden Hickson, members of council, I want to take this opportunity to introduce or reintroduce Becky Hillier to council. Becky's been with us for just over a year now, but just within the past few weeks, she's been made our new intermediate planner. And so we're thrilled to have Becky on board. And this is her first formal presentation in front of council. So we wanted to just make this brief reintroduction. She's been doing wonderful work on a variety of projects and has been supporting some of the task force and committees, as well as official plan amendment number 11. So I'm sure you're going to like dealing with Becky here.
Welcome on board, Becky, and we're a friendly crowd.
There we go. Thank you so much to Scott and to all of my colleagues and to everyone here today. I'm looking forward to working with all of you, and it's nice to see you face to face today. So I'm in for a double whammy today, but I'm going to start with a proposed county official plan amendment, which is just an overview to the addendum to report PDR-CW 1622 regarding a official plan amendment application that's been received in the township of Georgian Bluffs. So just to give a sort of brief background on this application, it was submitted by 276574 Ontario Inc., which is locally known as the Hutton Landscaping Company, which some of you might be familiar with. It's an existing company located in Georgian Bluffs. Christine Loft is the agent acting on this application. And it's my understanding that in 2019, there was some pre-consultation engagement with county staff at that point. The Hudson landscaping business was looking to expand their current practice on their existing site. And my understanding is that site was is designated agricultural in the county's official plan. And it was suggested by staff that perhaps expanding the business to the scale that they were looking for would not be appropriate to an agricultural property. And it was recommended that if they were looking to expand the size of their practice, that they look to seeking a different property. And so the application that we have today is a result of them finding a property that they have felt is appropriate, and they have been working with staff to just put the policies in place to move forward with designating the lands as what we call space extensive commercial and industrial, with a site-specific designation on the property. So just to give a sense of what the property is like, it's about 20.2 hectares in size. It's currently designated rural and provincially significant wetlands. The scale of the proposed use, according to staff, seems to be a bit too large to be accommodated within the current rural designation. And what they've proposed is 2 main buildings, which would include an office and sales building, as well as a shop for servicing vehicles and equipment. They also have parking facilities, plant housing structures, outdoor storage for landscaping supplies, site landscaping throughout, and a stormwater management pond. And along with the county official plan amendment, a zoning bylaw amendment application and a site plan application have been submitted to the township of Georgian Bluffs. And just to note, a public meeting was held concurrently with the township of Georgian Bluffs as well. To give you a sense of where the property is located, it's about 250 meters south of the secondary settlement area of Springmount, with frontage on Gray Road 18. Surrounding land uses include the Coca-Cola facility just immediately north of the property, as well as the Georgian Bluffs Township office, just 2 properties north. There's also a contractor's yard just across the
the road from it, and some existing agricultural and rural residential properties. So as mentioned, the property is currently designated rural, which is the white that you see here, as well as about 2/3 provincially significant wetlands. It's surrounded by areas that are also designated rural and wetlands. There's some nearby hazard lands. This orange area up here is the settlement area of Springmount, and the gray area over here is the NEC lands. So a nice thing about this application that we don't always see at the official plan stage is we were able to receive some architectural drawings. So this is the proposed office and sales space, and it's about 489 square meters in area. And this is sort of what you would see from the road driving by. And this is the proposed shop, which would be situated behind that main building. And it would be used to service some of the vehicles for the business. So there are a number of official plan policies that staff have really done an analysis on while looking at this application. There's areas of significant wetlands, core areas, as well as the woodlands throughout the property. As a result, an environmental impact study was completed through this application. It really didn't find any significant issues. It recommended that a sort of tree buffer layer be planted between the proposed use and the wetlands. There also was some karst mapping on the property. I've learned a lot about karst lately. I'm not sure if everyone on the committee is aware, but it's essentially a topographic constraint that involves potential fractures in the bedrock, which could create structural stability for some buildings, or potential contamination of the water supply, depending on the severity of that karst. And so a karst study was done. It didn't find, there were a number of test holes done that didn't find evidence of any karst. There was some potential karst identified in sort of the top corner of the development area. But there's only a proposed parking lot there. And so that the report recommended that at the time of construction, that a consultant would review that area for potential karst concerns. There was also a layer of bedrock on the property, and a bedrock letter of opinion essentially concluded that due to the potential for the high water table there, in combination with, quite a small area outside of the significant wetlands that would actually be, you could actually do some sort of extraction of the bedrock, that probably it would not be a particularly viable opportunity there for that extraction. There was also a letter of opinion done about the feasibility of private servicing. And one thing that's really important to note with this application, and that has been a big consideration in making our recommendation here, is that the proposed use is not really something that would take up a lot of servicing intensity. So it would be proposed on a septic system, as well as a well water supply. And the letter of opinion basically concluded that the use could be well serviced with private servicing. A stormwater management report and study was done. That report indicated that a stormwater management pond would be required, and some of that water would be sort of filtered to a higher filtration level before sort of seeping out into the wetlands or surrounding areas. And the nice thing about that as well is they could also make use of that stormwater management pond for watering some of their nursery crop as well. And then, of course, a planning justification report was prepared by Christine Loft. So the site-specific space extensive designation is proposed on the property, which would permit the following uses. So the landscaping business and the ancillary uses, agricultural bulk sales, equipment sales and rental, farm machinery sales and service, agricultural produce or livestock terminal, feed mill or grain elevator, and horticultural nurseries. And so this is quite a tailored list from what would sort of be permitted by default in the space extensive category. So we have gotten rid of uses including automobile and RV sales, fuel distribution, warehousing, and manufacturing in order to limit the list of potential future uses to those that may directly benefit the surrounding rural and agricultural community and which should have less impact on the ecological features of the site. And just to reiterate here, just so we're clear, these uses are not being proposed by the proponent at this time, but in the event if this business or use ever stopped, then these could be the feasible uses that could be considered in future. So this is a list of the comments that were received regarding this application. I would note that we did do the mail out to all surrounding members of the public, and no comments were received. There were also no members of public in attendance at the public meeting that was held. Historic Saugeen Métis indicated no concerns. Gray Sabal indicated that they were generally satisfied with the findings of the environmental impact study, and provided that the conditions of the karst assessment and EIS were taken into consideration at a site plan phase. They had no concern. Grey County Transportation indicated a commercial entrance permit and sign permit would be required. The Township of Georgian Bluffs building staff were satisfied with the letter of opinion on servicing. The local risk management official was circulated and indicated no comments or concerns. And Enbridge Gas noted that service lines may run in the area and advised to contact prior to construction. The City of Owen Sound did provide some fairly substantial comments. They requested clarification on how the proposal would support healthy, livable, and safe communities that fit within rural landscape. They questioned whether the use would be better located within a service settlement area, and question whether the situation of the proposed landscaping business could have implications for future expansion of the secondary settlement area of Spring Mount. And certainly these were questions that staff, had also considered in regards to this application. And we did put the city's comments back to Christine Loft, who provided quite a comprehensive response. In summary, due to the requirement for the larger scale outdoor storage in combination with the need for easy highway access, minimum demand on servicing, and the appropriate lands to grow nursery plants, staff are of the general opinion that the proposed use is appropriate for rural lands as described in the provincial policy statement. Regarding the city's comments around the implications for the potential expansion of the surrounding settlement areas, staff would not acknowledge that there certainly is some merit in this comment. At the same time, the building coverage of the site is quite minimal. The proposed use is not out of scale or character with the surrounding land uses, which again do include that contractor's yard, the Coca-Cola facility, and the township offices. And the site-specific nature of the proposed land use redesignation recommends restriction on a number of other industrial commercial uses that could potentially impact those lands. So just a few concluding remarks. So the space extensive commercial and industrial designation is not an official plan amendment that we see proposed very regularly. But again, in this case, given the higher space demands for outdoor storage in combination with the need for highway access for those landscaping vehicles and the low servicing requirements of the business, we see that the proposed landscaping business use as appropriate for the rural lands. And that's all I have, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Becky. Council, I'm looking to you. If I could see the other councillors as well. Yeah, that's great. There you are. Is there any question or comment? That's the impact of lunch. All right. Oh, yes. So there is one small amendment, Council, I should draw your attention to. It talks about the redesignation of 6.83 hectares of rural lands. If that could be amended to read redesignation of approximately 6 hectares of rural lands. That friendly enough? Okay, so I'm going to call the question on the motion before you. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. And you can stand in place because you're up next as well. We are dealing with We are dealing with item 5E, the appeal. So we won't, because there are options, we won't call for the item to be put on the floor. We want to, first of all, hear from Becky. Are we hearing from Becky in open session first, or? Okay, so what you haven't heard that's being whispered into my ear is that we'll hear from Becky first in open session. There are some options to be considered. After Becky's presentation, it may be appropriate for us to go in camera to receive some legal advice, but we'll start off first of all with your presentation, Becky.
Great, thank you so much. Yes, so on that note, I'm just going to provide a bit of a planning analysis that was done regarding a proposed appeal of consent B03-2022 in the town of Blue Mountains. So just a quick summary of that report. So on May 18th, 2022, the Town of Blue Mountains Committee of Adjustment granted provisional approval for consent application B03-2022 to permit a lot addition on the subject property, which fronts on Gray Road 113, which is locally known as Alfred Street West in that portion of town. It's located within the primary settlement area of Thornbury. On May 16th, county staff, as is sort of our regular routine, submitted comments requesting standard road widening on the severed and retained portions of that property, which again is a standard practice for consent applications on county road. The town's Committee of Adjustment proceeded to approve the application without the county's road widening request. And it should be noted that staff have no concerns with the nature of the proposed lot addition, but rather with the potential precedent that could be established should that road widening condition be waived through this application. So in summary, staff have submitted a placeholder appeal to the town as the last day of appeal was June 9th, prior to receipt of further direction by this committee. So just to give a sense of where this property is located, the lands are legally described as part of Park Lot 13 on the northeast side of Alfred Street, Plan Thornbury being part 1 of Plan 16R-9210, if that rings a bell. It's in the primary settlement area of Thornbury, immediately adjacent to lands locally known as 154 Alfred Street West. So this property here is 154 Alfred Street West. The subject property is currently vacant. It's approximately 4,400 square meters in size. And the neighboring property that would receive the lot addition, again, that's 154 Alfred. It contains a single residential dwelling and it is 1,630 square meters. The subject property again has frontage on Alfred Street West, which is also County Road 113. The surrounding lands are predominantly residential in nature. We have some medium residential over here in this general vicinity. We've got some lower density residential around here and some vacant lands up to the north. There's also a water course that moves around the property and some hazard lands there as well. So just to give a better sense of what this application is looking to do to achieve. So again, this blue property here, that is the lot that would receive or benefit from the lot addition. The property in orange is the subject property that we're discussing today. And this sort of dotted line here is what they're proposing to add to this blue lot. So as you can see, the parking facilities for the house are currently on the adjacent property. Both properties are owned by the same owner, and they are essentially just proposing to change their lot line in order to accommodate that parking on the same property as the house. So the county has requested road widening on the retained and severed portion. So that requested widening is noted in red there. And I would note that it would only be requested on these two portions and would not include the portion that currently has the dwelling. So the purpose of road widening, and again, it's 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 a bit of a confusing misnomer to some extent. And certainly I, as a newer planner, I had my own sort of idea of what that would entail. So I do empathize that it can be a bit of a confusing concept. Most frequently, the widening is not used to expand the road itself, but rather to give additional flexibility to site utilities within the road allowance, but not under the traveled portion of the road. So the goal is to strategically acquire lands where they're available for future upgrading of the potentially of the paved road area, of the shoulders of the road, potentially the sidewalks, and to install services such as internet cables, drainage ditches, etc. It's a very common request through Planning Act applications involving lands on county roads, which include consents, site plan applications, plans of subdivisions, and condominiums. When road widening is required for projects where the lands have not been acquired, the county is required to pay for these lands, whereas through this process, the county is not required to pay. So just to be upfront, I would note that the comments that were provided to the town did create some confusion during the Committee of Adjustment meeting. So they essentially read, no objection to severance. Road widening of 17 feet or 5.182 meters is required on the retained and severed parcels. The proposed widening may or may not come into conflict with an existing porch on the front of the structure. If it does, the line may deviate around said structure. So as I have sort of indicated in the previous slide here, the widening is actually not being requested on that portion of the property at all, or of the neighboring property with the dwelling. It would only be restricted to the retained and severed portions of the lot that would provide the lot addition, as that is only what is within our jurisdiction within the Planning Act. So again, just to kind of reiterate the different sections of the Planning Act that do give the county that sort of authority to request road widening. So section 5312 does empower committees of adjustment to make a decision on a consent, including with conditions. Section 5312.1 notes that these powers extend to both the severed and retained portions of the property undergoing the consent. And section 5125C grants specific power to request dedication of lands beside major roadways as conditions of subdivisions and therefore consents. So it's my understanding through the Planning Act that consents are sort of mini subdivisions, and in that way they have a lot of the same rights as subdivisions. So through the provincial policy statement, there's general direction for the coordination of infrastructure and growth planning between upper and lower tier governments. And section 1.6.7 calls for transportation systems that are safe and appropriate to address projected needs. So again, the county really sees attaining these road widenings where we can as a really important best practice for just making sure we can do that road upgrading in future if and when it is necessary to do so. Beyond that, our county official plan does have very specific policy language about where we can and cannot request that widening and to what extent we can request. So County 113 is known as a local county road. There's different types of county roads within Appendix D of the county's official plan. Section 8.3.2 sub 3B notes that county local roads should generally be 30 meters in width. So that's sort of the ideal situation for those local roads. In this case, that local road was only about 20 meters currently. And so section 8.3.23D states where county road right-of-way widths are less than those described above, so 30 meters, the county will require as a condition of approval through a consent plan of subdivision or site plan application, the dedication of lands for road widening purposes at no expense to the county. So again, we're really just using our policy here that we regularly make use of in order to submit a request to acquire those lands. I would note that there is a little bit of different language within the Town of Blue Mountains official plan. So it notes the following works, facilities, and other phasing requirements shall be addressed as conditions of draft plan of subdivision, condominium, or site plan approval. So road improvements in accordance with the requirements of the applicable road authority, including road widening, turning lanes, traffic signals, and external roads improvements. So I'm pulling this up as we can see, it doesn't specifically mention consent. But again, just because of that wording within the Planning Act, we have sort of considered that subdivisions and consents have a lot of the same sort of objectives within the Planning Act. So the Town of Blue Mountains official plan, I just thought that this was a bit of an important piece to include, just to note that, you know, it is a county road, but it's certainly within the best interest of the town as well to try to acquire these lands. So the subject property is located, where this red star is here, on these gray lands, which is a future secondary plan area, as opposed to these yellow land over here, which is the built sort of urban fabric at the moment, called the community living area. So both within the county official plan, this whole area is designated primary settlement area, and obviously within the town's plan as well, that is an intended area of urban growth. So even though this road here, you know, maybe doesn't have a lot of traffic at the moment, the potential growth opportunities in this area and the potential upgrading of that road will likely become quite important in future. So we did receive some comments from the owner of the two properties, and he couldn't be here today. So I just thought it was important to share some of his thoughts within the email that he sent. And I believe that his email is linked within the staff report. So I would encourage you to read it in full. But the owner, Jerry McGregor, provided formal comments to the county outlining the following. General surprise and disappointment about the county's road widening request. He noted that the county's request was not included within the town staff recommendation report. He recognized that it is standard practice for the county to acquire lands for widening purposes, but upsetting that this can be done without compensation. He had general concerns regarding the logic of the decision, noting that it is not the intention of the application to create a new lot, and a suggestion that there may be further issues arising from further road widening, including concerns about widening being so close to his house, a relocation of hydro poles that may be required, a culvert drainage system would need to be addressed, suggestion that servicing would not be able to cross the nearby bridge, the implication of widening on neighboring homes, and essentially concluded the email with recommendation that County Council not approve the appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So in summary, we're seeking direction from the committee to both sort of receive this report, as well as to direct staff on whether or not we should be pursuing the appeal of this consent application, or whether we should withdraw the application. Or sorry, the consent appeal application. So that's everything I have there, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, so thank you very much for the presentation, Becky. Peter, I do see your hand. And before I go to you though, Peter, sorry, Councillor Bordignon, I do see your hand. It may be, right now we're going to be debating about whether we want to give instructions to commence with the appeal or not. And to do that properly, we may want to have some legal advice. So with your leave, I'm going to suggest that maybe we do go in closed session. Councillor Bordignon, was your question something that could be addressed in closed, or is it something that could go in open?
Through your warden, depending on the direction of the conversation. So it may be best that we take it into closed for now.
Okay. Councillor Woodbury.
Yeah, I just then if we do take this into close, I just like some advice on what's happened, I guess maybe either in the past or what the procedure is. when one of the municipalities is going to possibly be on the other end of, we're going to be on opposing sides. Is everybody allowed in or not? And I just don't know. So that's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Woodbury. I don't know if it's appropriate to get legal advice on that, but it's certainly one of those things that we have to consider when we're considering a potential for conflict of interest or pecuniary interest. The ultimate declaration is the personal persons, meaning the person with the potential for conflict of interest. But you raise an issue as well with respect to what is the interest of the county if someone potentially on the opposite side of our position is privy to our strategy, is privy to our legal advice. I think that's a legitimate thing for us to discuss. Any comments from anyone around the table? Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. And I would point out that our oath of office here, and when we are at county, we are strictly wearing our county hat and what's good for the county. And when we're at the local level, then we are wearing our local hat. And I think all members should remember that. And so therefore, you know, I think it is difficult to switch hats, but you know, that's the position we're put in. And we have to just acknowledge that whatever is in closed session here is confidential to the county and cannot be shared at the local level or used in any manner. And that is what we swore our oath to do, is when we're here, we're county members and we have to leave our local hats at the door. And so I don't have a problem doing that. And, you know, thank you.
That's a point well made, Councillor Soever. I do recall when we were dealing with the Indigenous land settlement matter that we had a municipality that was also involved in, and I think they chose to excuse themselves at certain points. But the point is well taken by Councillor Soever that it is a personal decision, but it's just good for us to bring our minds, you know, our minds to that. I know the judges all the time have to hear evidence and then they decide, well, I'm not going to give it any weight, but you've heard it kind of thing. But judges are good at that sort of thing. And I suppose that councillors have to get good at what Councillor Soever is saying, which is to recognize that right now I'm wearing a county hat and I'm here with the best interest of the county in mind. And then next week I may be in a different position. Okay, anything further on that? Councillor Bordignon, you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, I believe my question actually could just be answered in open session because it doesn't have to do with any of the legal. I was just going to ask, you know, I don't know if planners know this road, but you know, there's hydro poles in the ditches and things like that. So I guess my question is there a plan in the short or long range for this particular road at this time? Outside of this particular instance, just on 113.
Sorry, Pat.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. There's no plans for any expansion or anything. I don't think you could say it much better than it was said in the presentation. The road widening is a funny name. But there is, I mean, our last count is about 1,700 cars in that area. So it is busy. There's developments going on around, there's roads. You know, I think Albert Street is right across the road. Maybe a left turn lane would come along the line somewhere. So, I mean, it's just one of those opportunities that we would never pass up. So.
Very good, Councillor Bordignon. Okay. All right. So now Councillor Soever.
Yes, and I think planning staff have made it quite clear. And I think wearing my county hat, this is an opportunity to acquire land that the county may have to acquire in the future. So I don't see that we have much choice here. You know, I think it's the wise thing to do, because, you know, the only thing I worry about, but I can't really worry about it because I think the policies are quite clear, is that we don't have a county transportation master plan that's been passed, and road decisions on road swapping have been deferred since 2016, I guess. One of the issues that comes up with this road is it going to remain a county road? And because it does go through a settlement area and it does hook up to downtown, or in the future, is there going to be a bypass? But unfortunately, we will be considering that as part of the town master transportation plan, but it's not in the county plan and at this point, so I don't think we can even consider, well, it might be or it might not be or whatever. I think we have to protect the interest of the county and say we should acquire any land, not knowing what the future of the road is. We should acquire it, because even if it's not a county road and it gets swapped eventually, as the staff have pointed out, there's active transportation considerations. This road will be a link to our new campus of care and development out in that part of town. So people from there will want to access the downtown, and if they want to use active transportation, they will need sidewalks and or trails and everything. So, but that's all speculation. So I think all we need to do is look at the rules and say, our policy tells us to protect the county and acquire whatever land we can along roads that may or may not in the future be, whatever the use is in the future. We don't know that at this point because we don't have an official transportation plan that's been passed, but we will need to buy that land potentially in the future. So if we can get it right now, I'm in favor of option number 1. I think it is, unless I got it back.
Sorry, I'm surprised that you say option number 1, given your comments. Your comments all lead me to option number 2. No, you're right. To pursue the appeal. No, option number 1. Okay. So with that said, I recognize that you're making a motion for option number 1, and it's I'm gathering that you're suggesting option number 1 without the need to go into a closed session. You're feeling comfortable that we can proceed with voting on option number 1 without the legal advice.
Yes, I think the presentation from planning staff made it quite clear what the policies are. And if we're to follow the policies, then we would have no choice.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for a seconder for that proposal around option number 1. Seconder, Councillor Woodbury. Okay, any debate or comments on the motion before us to direct staff to pursue the appeal? Council, your brief indulgence. I need to speak with our council just very, very quickly, if you don't mind. Sorry, everyone, and thank you for that indulgence. I did have a chance to speak with our legal counsel. He is suggesting that we go into a closed session very briefly because he would like to give us some information that is not appropriate to be given in open session. So moved by Councillor Milne, seconded by Councillor O'Leary, that we go into closed session for the purposes of receiving legal advice. When we come back out in open session. Yes. Well, don't we come back out and continue with that? Okay, all right. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Soever. Oh, no, it's my fault, my fault.
Yes, just to confirm, we're only voting to go into closed session on this matter at this point. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. We'll just take a brief second to clear the room. And we won't be very long to the media. And we do have to use the microphones because we have folks on